And we are live.
Glorious.
Or lies.
I'm just happy I checked the sound settings before I took this live because I had unplugged my computer to dust it all out. And when I plugged it back in, all the sound settings were fucked. So I had to go back through and change every microphone setting, every headset setting for every application that I use.
You plug the USB cable for your mixer back into a different USB port.
Probably.
Yup. USB mixers tie themselves to ports, and if you switch that port, it goes, oh, it's a new audio device. I strictly can tell you it's not, but okay, fine.
Yep. I had that same problem at one point before I moved, and that made me start doing something that I understand some people will think is blasphemy. It's like writing in your books. You don't just write on things, but I take a permanent marker and I number each one of my USB ports on the back of my computer, and then I write the corresponding number on the plugin that goes into it.
That sounds perfectly logical.
Sounds smart.
I do the same thing with the little sticky color dots and color zip ties. Because it's like, nope, if I unplug this, it has to go back in there. Otherwise, my computer is going to have a fit.
Also, I apologize in advance. Right when we went live, somebody decided now is the time to start setting off fireworks. So if there's any pops in the background or dog barks, that's why, and there's nothing I can do about it.
I apologize if I suddenly crash because we've been having thunderstorms all day.
Ooh.
Along with hail.
Didn't you get snow?
Hail.
It
was hail.
Okay. This is going to be a really short episode because dragon.
Yeah, it'll be about 25 minutes long, 10 of that being the recap. And then half the party's going to die, and then we're just going to go offline while they build new characters.
Or live character building, one of the two.
Oh.
Start back at session 0.
Zael sends out another crowd.
No, I'm watching my son take his book and fold it this direction when it's supposed to go this way. It's making me cringe. I'm sorry. Got the taller camera up.
King of blasphemy.
Yes.
So Zael sends out 4 new pups and goes,
I need you to
I
find
know
my
what
bird
happened to
box.
last crew, but
Good
yeah.
luck. Don't do what they did.
Can you find my bird box?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you find
I sent
my
this
bird
group
box?
into the desert with my bird box, and I haven't heard from them. Go find them.
Yet they messaged
More
me and didn't
importantly,
use it.
go bring back my bird box.
The pups, we can breed more.
Yes, the gnolls are expendable. The magic item is not.
Yeah, I just like to point out there's a reason why gnolls don't live to old age very often.
Yes, we all witnessed that reason last session.
We ain't the smartest group.
But it didn't start off being dire. No, it did. It did start off being dire.
No.
At the start of last session, I believe is much like the start of this one's going to be. It was in the middle of the night, and an encounter was beginning as a image of sorts of your matriarch was standing ground staring down Zara, and witherlings were emerging from the sands, and a battle ensued. During this battle, Xena was taken, though just barely taken. You guys did have a pretty good effort to try and stop that from happening, but she was taken by the witherlings, which disappeared into a sandstorm. And Zara was held down on top of a campfire, if I recall correctly, by this image of the matriarch before you guys eventually destroyed it, and it melted into a puddle of black ooze. And as that dissipated into the sand, there was the figure of a scared confused, I would think. Ixis. Ixis? I'm saying that right? I think
Yixis.
Yixis. Okay. And after a bit of conversation and deciding what you guys should do, you decided to finish your rest and continue adventuring. Did you? It's been so long. It's
No.
only been a
Never
week.
made it out of the night.
We never
even-
made it out
yeah.
the
We
night.
ju-
The next
we
rest.
wanted to. Yeah, we just
Yeah.
wanted to finish the sleep.
Yeah.
We
Right,
didn't
'cause
even get a
there's-
long rest.
Yeah.
There's still 2 watches left in the sleep. And you came so close to finishing it, but on the very next watch, a dragon happened to spot your camp by the light of the fire. It swooped down, thought it would help itself to whatever food you guys had and whatever trinkets you guys had. And rather than managing to stay hidden, the dragon did spot you guys after, I think it was 3 fails in a group stealth check.
3 fails and we forgot to put out the campfire.
3 fails and you forgot to put out the campfire. And the dragon simply requested some payment for your safe travel through its land. Requested. And
Its
3
land.
paid. I believe 2 of you gave it some gems, and 1 of you gave it a platinum coin. When it came time for Zara to pay up, she refused. Which was
Respectfully refused.
either very brave or very stupid or both of her. But it was very Gnoll of her to stare down an elder dragon and tell it no. Unfortunately, the result of that was it ate her. And Isa tried to assist, but only managed to get eaten at the same time. I believe Isa is currently like halfway down its throat, and
Oh my
Zara
God.
is hanging for dear life from its uvula
And biting it.
and biting it.
Yeah, we seem to be doing whatever we can to hold on.
Yeah.
And there's also an elephant because of the wad of wonder.
Yes. Zara had what was genuinely a very good idea of trying to use the Wand of Wonder to try and get out of there. But the random dice roll instead determined that an elephant would appear in an unoccupied space near the dragon. So now there's a dragon, a bunch of gnolls, and a random elephant. The
So
dragon
we offer
was...
this tribute as food for the dragon.
It was tried to play it off as a bit of a tribute, but the dragon kind of scoffed at you, a little more irritated with these gnolls currently attacking it from the inside than anything else. And as it began to try to leave the area, Ixis made it an interesting offer. An offer that would guarantee that the dragon would be able to produce healthy offspring on its next encounter, let's say. And that's where we kind of left off. The offer was made and it stopped the dragon from flying away, landing back down on the ground as it turned to look at Ixis. And as it looks at you, it leans in really close and simply says, "Explain yourself."
Well, I can make a rune that if you do your thing in the next 24 hours, that you'll have healthy babies.
A rune, you say?
Yeah.
It pulls its head back from you and seems to ponder this for a moment before looking again in your direction and saying rather quietly, "Do not resist." And its eyes flash a bright green for a moment. And I need you to either make a charisma save for me or choose to fail the save.
I have emptied my bladder and choose to fail the save.
Okay, so you choose to fail. You are now under the effects of a zone of truth. The dragon looks at you. You wouldn't be hoping to trick me, would you?
Oh, not at all. I just want my friends back because I don't know how I'm going to get home without them.
You wouldn't be looking to do me harm, would you?
Nope, it's exactly what I said.
And why then shouldn't I simply take you and keep you chained up in my lair and force you to do this magic for me whenever I desire?
Start shaking.
How old are you, child?
What did we kind of figure? Like the
I want
young,
to say like
just
10 or 11. It's been a while.
like 10?
And you stand here facing a great dragon such as myself without running and hiding.
Oh, I want to.
You have courage.
Oh, I think you're the only one that thinks that.
We have a deal. However, I still require payment for your friend's transgressions. I will take it, and you will all watch.
This doesn't count as that. Oh. The healthy babies.
The dragon pulls back, and Iza and Zara, from within it, you feel the muscles that had been trying to force you down its gullet relax a bit. And the heat that was building from within it, that was likely going to be its breath weapon, and possibly the end of both of you, recedes. However, that's quickly followed again by the muscles beginning to tighten and push, except this time in the opposite direction, as though it is trying to force you out of its throat, out of its mouth, and back out into the desert. Iza, give me a perception check before you are pushed out of this dragon's mouth.
Okay, perception. That's a dirty 20.
Dirty? Okay. As you feel yourself begin to move, you catch a glimpse of the offerings that you guys gave the dragon that it swallowed up. And upon a successful dexterity check, you can grab one thing from the offerings that you see, if you so desire. There are, I believe it was 2 different kinds of gems.
The
and
2
a
rubies.
platinum coin.
Well, that's a 18 for the dexterity check.
18, that's enough.
Okay, I'm gonna grab the platinum coin.
The platinum coin, okay. And you wrap your hands around it just in time to feel yourself shoot up its throat. And Zara, you see this happening, You're holding on, so you're not necessarily forced out, but you see Iza coming back up and coming towards you and about to fly out of its mouth. And those of you outside see it doing like that gross cat hairball thing, but like from a giant dragon.
Not cleaning that up.
Giant hand comes down and takes it off off the rug.
Not on my shoes.
Zara, you can choose to let go and be thrown out of its mouth, or you can hold on.
I think I'm gonna let go and just be thrown out.
Okay. So as you do, you are both ejected from the dragon's maw and you land on the soft sand below, covered in a fine layer of dragon spit. It's kind of gross.
Do the typical dog shake, just send it flying everywhere.
Then the dragon once again turns its attention to you, Yixis, and holds its hand out. Draw your rune.
Not to be picky, Mr. Dragon, but it has to be on your belly.
It growls in a very awkward way as it like lowers its hindquarters to the ground so that you'd be able to reach its belly, but still keeps its front arms planted firmly on the ground so it can get up and attack should you decide to do something else. Make it quick.
Shaking the whole time. I'll go ahead and do that rune.
What are you drawing it with?
Oh, it actually has to be like drawn.
Entirely up to you. You can like physically draw it, or you can like trace it, leaving like a magical essence behind. Like,
Yeah, I think
you want
that's
this to
how I
look
was
or feel.
imagining it. It was like I'll trace it with my finger, but the line, whatever is actually there, is just magical.
The dragon watches you very intently, and when you're finished, a bit of a smile crosses its face. As you rejoin the rest of your group, it calls out, "And now the payment that I demand. You get to leave here with your lives. However, you must remember this encounter." And it brings its giant hand up and slams it down on Zara. You can attempt to make a dex save to move out of the way if you want. Be a very high DC, though.
A giant dragon hand is coming to slam down on me. Yeah, I think instinctually I'm going to try to jump out of the way.
That's fair.
You know, this entire time I'm sitting here like, you know, this is one of the days I should have just, you know, prepared gaseous form just so I could have just like turned in the mist and went away.
It's an amazing spell. I did that to get away from Strahd last week.
That's going to be a 14.
14 just is not enough. It was a versus roll, and I got a nat 20 plus 12.
So a lot.
Well,
So a
damn.
lot.
So he rolled low and got a 32.
Yep. So we'll check the spell real quick. Okay, so you are now pinned down by this dragon, and the way that it has you pinned is just because of the sheer size of its hand. It only really has one finger on you as you're laying on your back, and this clawed finger is across your chest, your limbs kind of splayed out, and it scans over the group each one of you and calls out, "Watch." And it turns its attention back to you, Zara, and blows a breath at you. And you and Yixis can give me Arcana checks if you want.
That 18 for me.
21.
21? Okay. So you guys realize that this spell that it just cast on you, Zara, is Death Ward.
I need to look that one up. I don't even know what Death Ward is.
And
If he brings you to 1 HP, drop to 0.
It brings its maw down towards you, Zara, and grabs your left arm between its teeth and clamps down, and you feel the pressure of these huge draconic teeth crushing your arm, and it begins to slowly pull, holding your body down on the ground. And you hear the cracking of your bones and the tearing of what's left of your clothing
Which is none.
as this dragon pulls, and your muscles stretch and burn and ache as your flesh is torn and tendons snap. The dragon pulls your arm from your body and swallows it down. You would be reduced to 0 HP at this point, but you had a death ward on you.
I think I would be dead. I only had 4 HP left.
Yeah. You had a death ward on you, so you do not die. You do not even go unconscious. You are awake and alert for the entire painful, excruciating process. The dragon pulls back, swallows your arm down, gives the group a bit of a smirk as it once more spreads its large wings, begins to bat them against the ground, taking off into the air, flying away into the night.
My 3-month-old is watching this.
Hey, we're marked as a mature stream.
For a reason.
I think Zara's gonna just be like sitting on her knees, like holding the missing stump of the arm, watching the dragon fly off.
Yeah, and there's so much happening with the nerves in that stump of an arm. The pain is so intense that it almost doesn't even feel painful at all at this point. It doesn't feel like anything at all. You just see the loose, torn meat of what was your left arm there, blood pouring out of it. You don't really know what to do at this point.
Can I try upcasting Cure Wounds to level 2 just to stop the bleeding? I know that doesn't, seal the nerves or anything like that, but it stops bleeding.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that.
Okay.
And it does stop the blood from pouring out, so you at least know that you aren't going to bleed out and die here in the middle of the desert. The pain, however, when it decides to return, will return with ferocity. So now, all of you are just left there in the middle of the night with your ruined camp, your battered friend. Still plenty of hours left to go before sunrise.
Well, just so she doesn't.
There's a distinct sound of retching coming from behind everyone.
I am going to dump. How? I mean, sans the missing arm. How is she looking?
I'm
gonna say
when a cat brings in a half dead bird and it's been flopping around in its mouth and now it's on the bed throwing feathers everywhere. That's pretty much Zara at the moment.
yeah.
Okay.
And you saw her use a cure wounds, but rather than healing her, it just stopped the bleeding.
Okay.
So she is mechanically at 1 HP right now.
You know, we're just gonna dump another 2 cures on her just to see if we can do anything. One is going to be for 8, and the other one's going to be for 4.
Okay, and it does restore the hit points. Zara, that kind of helps you stop yourself from slipping in and out of unconsciousness. I mean, you have HP, but you still feel like you're dead almost. And so what this means, now that you only have one hand, is if you want to cast any spells with somatic components, you cannot have anything in that hand.
Yep.
While they're doing this, I'm gonna go up and start like manually bandaging her arm up, trying to. I know they're stopping the bleeding, but it just to help.
Zara's just gonna have a very painful grin on her face.
What's Ixis doing after his stomach is as empty as his bladder?
Probably muttering, oh gods, oh gods, oh gods. That kind of stuff.
When I'm done bandaging Zara's arm, I'm gonna look over at Yixis and be like, "You did good. I managed to get this back for you." I'm gonna hold out the platinum coin.
When I'm able to pay attention, I will take it. I will bull rush hug her.
And the slime I have not taken off myself either.
Doesn't care.
Yep. So now you're a little slimy as well.
And then I'll probably sit down and kind of rock back and forth.
Give me an investigation check once you have that coin in your hands.
Investigation. Okay, it's a 16.
16. Okay. You're intimately familiar with this coin, so you notice almost immediately once it's in your hands that it seems cleaner and shinier than usual.
But is it the same coin?
It's the same coin, but it seems like it looks like it almost has a glow to it, but it doesn't actually. And you have seen this sort of thing in magical items before, where they seem to actively resist marring and grunge.
I will upon noticing that, I will ritually cast Identify.
Okay. And at the end of that ritual, your Identify tells you that this coin is now infused with magic, likely from being inside of a very, very magical creature, the amount of time that it was. And if you so desire, you could now use this coin as a +1 arcane focus.
Cool. that.
Is there any piece of our camp that can be salvaged to make our little hut again? Is it just pieces?
It's mostly just pieces, but you could probably put something together to at least shelter you from any wind.
Anonymous, thank you for that $5 donation to Extra Life.
I'll probably do that, and then every time something falls apart, start cursing, kicking it, and start doing it again.
Give me a survival roll.
I was gonna say I will help with that. See if we can actually.
Okay. You want to make your own roll, or you want to?
I'm gonna give you advantage.
Ah, Zorro, thank you for the $5 donation to Extra Life.
All right, let's see.
I gotta check
Survival?
the Extra Life page.
21.
21, okay. You work with what you've got, so it's more a couple sticks in the ground with fabric tied to them rather than like an actual shelter, but you feel like it'll do the job and at least keep the wind and blowing sand off of you guys should you try to rest.
And I will probably try to coax Zara over into the shelter.
Hey, I get hit dice. Thank you, Zorro.
Woo!
Probably a good thing. So, is there anything that anyone wants to do before we try to finish this night? Doesn't sound like it.
Nope.
So
I'll take the next
I'm
watch.
out of spells to do shit with.
that's fair. So all of you kind of huddle up together in this or behind this windbreak that Isa has crafted for you guys with the help of Xerax. And after the events of the night, the way the night started with the mysterious appearance of Ixis, the stealing of Xena, and the whole dragon fiasco, there's no way you guys are getting any sleep for the rest of the night. It's just not happening. So you guys stay there huddled up behind this windbreak for the remainder of the night until the sun rises over the horizon. I will give you all the effects of a long rest. However, you all also get 1 point of exhaustion. Except for Zara. Zara, you get 3 points of exhaustion. And you also have a -2 to your attack rolls, saving throws, and concentration checks. And that will reduce by 1 for every long rest you get.
I wish
from
there
this
was.
point until it's 0.
I wish there was a curse thing or an exhaustion thing on here that I could
There
put
There's
that
an
in.
is.
exhaustion ticker. You have to turn it on in the settings for the character sheet.
Oh, is there?
Is
Yes,
there?
there is. It's where is it? If you go to the little setting cogwheel, it's
Oh,
it's in
show
there.
exhaustion tracker.
Yep.
Second from the bottom.
Where at?
Yeah.
So
It's
when you add points
Oh,
to
there
it,
it
it'll
is.
tell you what effects you have.
Yep.
There it is.
Well, that's handy.
Also tracks hit dice per class. That's cool.
And
so
now
the
you know.
the -2, treat it similarly to resurrection sickness. Every long rest, it gets reduced by 1 until it's at 0.
So that's the -2 to what?
To attack rolls, saving throws, and concentration checks.
Okay.
So you said we get the benefits otherwise of a long rest, though?
Yes. So your spell slots, abilities, HP, and stuff, it's all restored. I'm not gonna make you guys trudge through the desert for another day when you're all on death's door. I can be mean, but not that mean. So you get the effects of the long rest, and then also a point of exhaustion.
You also told us to do level 6 stuff before we got everything ready
Yes,
for
I
this week?
did ask you guys to have that prepared.
Jeez,
It's not triggered yet,
Okay.
but it's close.
I completely forgot about that. I'm sorry.
So did I.
Fine, I've got a player's handbook right next to me.
Yeah, it
so
won't be hard to
one
do.
of you levels up to 6.
I did it right as I got off work. I'm like, oh shit. Maybe if Zara survives, I can get level 6.
I didn't think we were surviving.
I'm just gonna put this out there. If you survive the next day, regardless of the events that happen, you'll be level 6.
You say, I had a whole plan of like if Zara didn't die or if Zara died, I was gonna make a psychic warrior.
I mean, now we can just grow your arm back with mushrooms, right?
It'll be fine.
Yeah, just go back home, have one of the higher green mothers cast regenerate.
It'll be fine.
Who needs an arm?
You just need to,
Honestly,
live that long.
she sees it as a badge of honor.
I mean, half the gnolls from any given warband are missing like half their limbs and eyes and stuff anyway, so.
I now have a story to tell of how I defied a dragon.
Exactly.
Lost an
Not
arm
just
and
any
lived.
dragon either. An elder dragon.
Yep, and that elder dragon is now on my list for payback.
Oh, eases in when you do that.
Years from now, I'm here for my arm.
When I'm done with you, you're gonna be nothing but a mushroom grove.
So, guys, do we want to push on?
Yeah, you have a choice to make now. You can stay and rest longer if you want, or begin your trek once again through the desert.
Normally,
I
would say it would probably be a good idea to stay, but given last night's events, it would be smarter to move.
what are the chances of a dragon attacking us 2 days in a row?
It's a
Put that
dragon.
juju out there.
He knows we are not at 100%. If I were him, I'd come back tonight if you were still here and demand more tribute.
Well, in that case, we can gather up our stuff and move on. If no one has
Holy
objection, I
crap.
think.
It's a $100 donation to Extra Life from Anonymous.
Ooh, thank you.
Lord.
That's a deck of many things pull.
Oh, who you gonna make pull the deck?
Or a mix of other things.
Or a mix of other things.
Don't
maybe-
go over Jackie, so we'll take point for once. This is the first time or second time.
That was me, lose an arm, draw a card.
Yep.
Why does this not surprise me?
Thank you, Tiger.
Okay. All right. I did not have that prepared, so give me a moment.
Now, I have a very important question, Fox.
Yes.
Am I taking the death cards out, or are they staying in?
Let me look at the deck real quick. Refamiliarize myself
Okay.
with its horrors.
Because there are two things that are really bad. The Void and the Donjon, which can kill you. There's another one that makes you fight death, which I think is, yeah, the Skull.
Take out... So many possibilities here. I've never been on this side of the deck before.
How does it make you feel?
Powerful.
It makes me feel powerful. Which one is the death card?
Skull.
Like just straight up death?
Oh, straight up death. That's okay. So you've got the Void, which I believe takes your soul. The Donjon, you are imprisoned in some sort of gemstone in some unnameable place. The Skull, you have to fight an avatar of death. Warning all others that you must win the battle. Yeah, it's a solo fight. It's a 1v1.
Yeah, so take out Donjon and the Skull.
Okay, but leave the Void.
Leave the Void.
What about the Moon card? You want that out? That's the three. That's the Wishes card.
You can leave that in.
Okay. All right. So Donjon and Skull are out. Void is still in.
So, as you guys are packing up what's left of your camp and getting ready to move out and continue your trek into the desert, Zara, you pick up the remnants of the windbreak that has been created, and it kind of brushes some sand away, and you see something black, small and rectangular, just peeking out from the sand that was brushed aside. You reach down and pick it up, and it is a very ornately carved rectangular box with like gold filigree within
Love that
it.
word.
You open it up and see a set of cards that are equally as what's the word I'm looking for here? Equally as elegant as the box itself, with that same gold filigree around the corners and edges of each one. And you, for some reason, get the compulsion to pull one of the cards out of the deck and take a look at it.
All right. I will do this on camera, and I will I'll draw it and I'll show everyone the card from the deck, so nobody thinks it's the idea that I'm taking cards or anything.
Ooh, okay.
The Vizier.
Dear. Okay. It's a good card. So at any time that you choose within a year of this moment, you can ask a question and mentally receive a truthful answer to that question. And with the question, depending on what it is, you also gain the wisdom on how to utilize that information.
I think it's very appropriate for Zara.
It kind of is, yeah. With all the monk shit that went down, totally works.
Zara's just turning into like the seer of all time.
Right?
And as you kind of gaze upon this card and the understanding of the options laid before you creep into your mind, the box and deck in your hands dissipates.
There are 3 questions that are currently in my mind that I want to ask. All right, well, I have a year to decide, so...
Yep, you have 1 year to decide. And suddenly we get a fast forward in the storyline to a year and 1 day later. Oh, sorry, you didn't use your question. Darn.
I mean that is Zara, so...
So, you guys finish packing up and are ready to set out. Who is going to be the one to lead the group and make the first roll after the disasters of the previous night?
Real quick here, HB Fox, just clarifying something, because again, I'm not very familiar with wizards, but the jump from 5 to 6, that is... I get to learn 1 more spell of 3rd level. Is that correct? If I'm reading the table correctly?
Bring up the wizard stuff real quick.
And when I learn a spell, I have the opportunity of swapping out a spell?
Yes, every level up, you do have the opportunity to swap out a spell in addition to learning whatever.
Is it
your
only a
class
single
says.
spell?
Just 1 single spell. And I do allow the swapping of cantrips, which some DMs don't. Rules is written, you can't swap cantrips, but I allow it. And
That is fine. I appreciate that, but not necessary for this one.
Learning wizard spells. Come on, D&D Beyond. Cooperate with me. Okay, each time you gain a wizard level, you can add 2 wizard spells to your spellbook.
I can add 2 spells to my spellbook,
Yes.
but I get to prepare an extra of 3rd level. Is that it then?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Well, an extra of any level that you want, essentially. Because the prepared spells depends on your intelligence modifier plus your wizard level. So you'd be level 6 plus your int mod is something. Where's your character sheet?
Int mod is currently 4.
Currently 4. So at level 10, or at level 6, you can prepare a total of 10 spells. And they can be any combination of any level of spells. Just select 10 of them.
Thank you.
And then every level up, you can learn 2 for free. Normally, wizards, when you find like a scroll or something like that, it costs time and money to add it to your spellbook. But on level up, you get 2 for free.
Okay.
So, that travel roll.
All right, I'll roll.
What skill are you relying on?
I'm gonna go with the athletics, where we're just gonna kind of run out ahead of the group and try to kind of do laps around, trying to see what.
The zoomies roll.
Yep, we're gonna do zoomies,
The Xena check.
and that's at disadvantage, so it's not great. That's 14.
14, not bad.
I have a +7. It wasn't a great roll. And then let's see how this 100. I think that's 90.
90. Okay, starting the day off right. So-
Sorry. When we began the day, did we have about an hour or so of packing up and getting ready?
Yeah.
Okay, during that time, I would have liked to ritualistically cast Find Familiar.
Okay. can
Would you
absolutely
allow
do
a
that.
flying serpent?
What would be the approximate equivalent to a creature that, like, just so I know stat block wise to go off of and ability wise?
It's a really low CR. Let's see here, I'll just send you. Go on with what you were saying. I'll send you in DMs the link to it.
So, with Isa leading the group, doing the zoomies check, you guys find your travels are relatively smooth. I mean, the terrain is great. Nothing gets in your way. Nothing approaches you, but you're still a little bit slowed by the issues that Zara is currently having dealing with this torn limb. And it is a bit of a grotesque sight every time you kind of look back at her. The bandages are all soaked in a deep red, and you can see the visible exhaustion on her face and a bit of a limp as she walks, favoring that side. It's hard to watch. And Isa, you keep looking back to the point where you almost step on something because you didn't notice it at first. And you catch it just at the right moment and pull your foot back, and you see on the ground in front of you one of those strange cacti that you encountered a few days back, green with red tips. You look around and you see one or two other ones spattered about. It's a little bit unusual, like it was before, because there's no other flora around this area. You can investigate them if you want to, or just move on.
I will take a moment to look at it again. Does this one disappear when I touch it with the tip of a... I don't want to like jab it, but I just want to kind of like tap it with the tip of a dagger.
Yeah, so you tap it with the dagger, and the broad green leaves of this cacti kind of fold up as the thing shoots down into the sand.
There's more of them around, right?
Yes. There's 3 other ones.
I'd like to approach another one and just kind of... At this point, do I realize how close I can get without making it disappear?
Yeah. The one that you just poked, you were like basically right on top of it. You remember in the last encounter getting close to some of them within 10-15 feet has made them shoot down into the sand, but if you're careful about it, you know you can get right up on them.
So I'd like to carefully get really close to one, and I'd like to sniff at it to see if it smells like normal plant or if it smells strange.
Give me a stealth check followed by a nature check.
Oh, shit. Oh, this isn't gonna be great for stealth. Of course, one roll's good, one roll's bad. Stealth. Oh, my stealth's not horrible. 12 for stealth. And what was the second check you wanted?
Nature check.
And then nature. This dice is doing decently. Well, that's not bad. The nature is... Yeah, it's 11.
11? Okay.
Yep.
This definitely doesn't smell like any plant that you've smelled before. It kind of smells more like an animal of some kind, a creature.
It's time when her curiosity's gonna win out this time.
And I think about at this time, the rest of you see what Isa, you catch up to Isa and see that she's standing over what looks like a cacti.
Those things again.
Of course, are. Yeah, you have an idea what they are this time?
Maybe. Well, since I'm not holding anything in my hand, I would like to cast Speak with Plants on it.
Okay. You can absolutely do that. It has a range of 30 feet, so you can get within that, no problem. And you cast it, and it doesn't seem to work. So that, at the very least, tells you that this is definitely not a plant.
It's not a plant. If it was a plant, I'd be able to talk with it right now.
What is it?
I failed a nature check the last time I looked at this thing, right?
I believe so,
Yeah.
yes. Ixis, you can give me a straight intelligence check if you want.
This is at disadvantage because of exhaustion, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I've had some really good
Oh,
rolls of
I
mine
rolled
too.
a 19 and a 9. Okay. But the with disadvantage is still 13.
You feel like you should know what this is. Like, you know you have that knowledge tucked away somewhere. But you've just been through so much the last day or so that it's not coming to you at the moment.
I don't know, guys. It seems familiar, but I'm really tired.
I guess today's not the day to find out. I think we're all pretty tired.
Yeah.
Shall we trudge on?
Yeah, I mean, leave them alone for now if they're not hurting us. It's
I'm poking the one in front of me and then taking off.
don't antagonize the not plants.
And now a cactus dragon shows up.
Don't put that evil out there.
Give me a dexterity check plus your proficiency modifier. I feel like you're proficient in poking things that you shouldn't at this point.
So I can't roll any lower for disadvantage, so that's a 1. Natural 1.
Okay. You poke at it, and as soon as you make contact with it, a bunch of little brown, hard seed-like things shoot out from between these leaf-like petals on this thing. And there are a lot of them. They shoot out in about a 15-foot radius around this creature. And as soon as they touch the surface of the sand, they all sprout up into identical looking cacti.
And now I'm stuck in the middle.
Yep. I mean, they're not doing anything. They're just there. But
Ears go down, look back at the group. Sad puppy look of what I do.
You're quit antagonizing the knot plants.
I guess I'm going to have to. I guess I'm going to tap 1 with the dagger to see if it goes down, like the other ones did. Oh.
It just kind of stays there.
Oh, time to bring out the sword and cut my way through.
They aren't huge. They're tiny. They're like maybe a couple inches in height off the surface of the ground. So, I mean, you don't have to cut them all down if you don't want to.
They look pokey. They seem pokey. So I'm working out myself a path.
Okay. It's a little bit awkward for you to do since they're so low to the ground, but yeah, you can kind of cut and brush them out of your way and walk your way out of this seeded radius.
When I get to the end, I'd like to pick one up and take it with me.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. The one that you pick up, it's just a cacti, just a regular cacti that happens to look exactly like whatever that creature was.
I think I'll look over at Zara and be like, can you talk to these ones?
So Zara, after witnessing that and your knowledge of nature, you're proficient with nature, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so with your knowledge of just how nature works, you feel like it's a pretty safe bet to say that what just happened was kind of like a defense mechanism of this creature. It plants out these seeds that look just like it, so it can hide more easily.
Well, let's keep going.
Can I sniff the piece that I took? Does it smell like the creature, or does it smell like something different?
It smells very earthy, plant-like. One of the petals, I'm really not sure what to call them because it's not petals, it's not a flower, it's a cacti, but one of the petals is broken and you can see the juicy innards of the leaf that look quite refreshing, almost like the inside of an aloe leaf. It's kind of transparent and a bit gooey.
I'm more pick off any spines I see and then try and eat it.
There are no spines on it.
Oh, I'm eating it.
You eat it and it's tasty. It feels almost cold on your tongue, very juicy, thirst quenching.
I think I'm gonna go back and pick up a few more. Then all the ones I cut down, or collect a few more.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. Let's say you got 8 of them.
All right.
No, with any other group, I would say, should you be eating that? But we're Gnolls.
Or Knolls. We should be eating it.
Always.
And when I catch back up with the group, I'm gonna be like, these are pretty tasty. And continue on.
We need to have a serious talk about just randomly eating whatever you come across.
But that's what we're taught to do.
It hasn't killed me yet.
And if it does kill you, the rest of the gnolls will know you not to eat them in the future.
Exactly. That's how we learn.
Now you're thinking like a gnoll.
You do know I can tell you which plants are safe to eat.
It looked yummy. I ate it.
So, you
And
guys
I'm more-
continuing forward now with your stash of cacti?
Yeah. Zara's just not going to say anything. She's just going to keep walking along looking like a corpse.
I'm more continue my zoomies.
Okay. So are you doing the next watch rolls then, Isa? Or is someone else going to try and take charge?
I guess I'm doing the next set.
I can do the next set.
Okay.
And I would like to run this set off of survival.
Okay.
We need a pair of those. Different dice.
Are your dice like mine where they just hate your character?
So the survival was an 8,
Oh,
and the percentiles were a 60.
what was the number?
60.
Okay, that's better than what I
60.
heard.
Okay.
I thought you said 16. I was like, oh, god damn it.
I thought you said 16 for a second there as well.
The percentiles were being cooperative, just that one wasn't.
Okay. This leg of the journey, much like the morning's trek, is relatively uneventful. As you approach a certain... I can only really describe it as lumpy part of the desert. There's like little mounds of sand all over the place. It's a little awkward to look at, but they're not really tall enough to cause an issue. You notice off in the distance to your west, northwest-ish area, a glint as the sun shines off of something. And give me a perception check.
That's better. 20. 30, 20.
20. Okay. As you narrow your eyes and try and get a better look at whatever this glint is, you see that it is moving. And it's moving kind of in the way that an insect moves. And then you realize this is another one of those kind of clockwork machines that you encountered a day or so prior. One of the large insectoid ones, the one that exploded when you guys killed it. That's what you're seeing right now. And it's a pretty safe bet that it probably has some other machines with it. It doesn't seem to have noticed you. You're far enough away, so you can avoid it if you want to, or confront it if you want to.
We probably should... I pointed out to everyone, we probably should avoid it, at least for today.
Isa's gonna look up her map and make a mark on it about where she expects us to be, so that she knows where it's at. But we can come back if you wish. I don't know if Zara's really up to it.
I'm pretty sure those things just roam this desert. There must be a gnome or something responsible for them.
The Arcastans.
Or
Could be an
no.
Arcastan gnome.
No, they...
Yeah, and you guys all do, with the exception of Ixis, recall that the ones you fought seemed to be constructed using parts
thereof
from Arcastan machines.
This sound... They strike me as something created by some insane gnome that's making things because he can, as they seem to always do.
So we need to find this gnome and kill it.
That is definitely a viable option. Yes.
I mean, another option is we could learn from it.
I think they all just
No, okay.
just try and stare at you. It's like,
Yeah.
what?
Just like
What
learn
den did you
what?
crawl out of, and what do we have to knock into you?
Yeah.
What can we possibly learn from those accursed machines?
Well, a lot actually. Like, for instance, off the top of my head, how machines work.
If
I
a
know
machine is working, you break it.
Pretty much everything out here was created by our Castans, and I mean, you should know our history.
Everything out here like that is meant for one thing, and that's killing us.
I know you like the Arcastan magic, doesn't mean everything from Arcastan is good.
And if they're rebuilt, one can only assume that they are, yet again, purposefully trying to kill us and remove us from our desert.
But if they were rebuilt by us and following what we wanted them to do, do you see where I'm going?
Nope.
Just sort of cock my head to one side.
Why would we need machines to fight for us?
You were raised in one of the settlements, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Maybe he's a changeling. I heard that they swapped them.
No, I think he's just one of those who share the Matriarch's point of view of learning from the enemy, but taking it a bit too extreme.
There's
Look.
one thing to learn from another thing to try to build machines to fight for us.
Out here, we come across machines, we break them.
Until the Matriarch tells us differently.
He knows when he's beating his head against a brick wall.
You've got 3 brick walls to beat your head against.
Matriarch said, "Smash the things."
You're trying to convince a group of gnolls that our caster machines can help. 2, you're trying to convince a druid that the machines are good.
I mean, yeah, that's gonna go well.
Hey, like I said, he knows when he's beating his head against a brick wall. He'll
And
keep his arguments to himself.
You tell the fire that you want to send something else out to fight. That's her job.
I feel like Ixis is that kind of awkward generation after a war where the war seems just kind of like a faint dream to them, but they know enough about it, and everybody around them is like very anti whoever the enemy was.
Yep.
Feels about right.
So, sounds like you guys are avoiding this clockwork machine and continuing forward for the 3rd travel roll of the day.
Well, don't avoid it on my part. If you want to kill it, kill it.
Oh God,
Can't
no!
eat it. There's no
I don't
point in
wanna-
killing it.
We can't eat it, and it's not directly trying to kill us at this given moment. So,
And you feel like the longer you linger in this area, the higher chance there is of it noticing you and coming after you. So there is that.
I'll
And
take the
Zarek
next leg.
kind of puts his hand on Ixis's back and pushes him forward. Show us what you know how to do.
Oh, not any of this stuff.
Time to earn that survival merit badge.
Well, if you're out here, you may as well learn something.
Oh no.
At least point him in the right direction.
Oh no.
Point straight ahead.
I will. Let's see here. What's been used so far?
Survival and athletics.
Survival and athletics. I will. Would you? I could do nature or history. History sounds more right for this character, though. Are there distinguishable by any means landmarks where I might be able to determine the history of the area?
We can show you the entire back of the shield.
Yeah, between the map that they have on the back of their shield and the strange lumpiness of this part of the desert, you have enough information, I think, to know roughly the direction that you should be going in and kind of what to expect. You know that this area of the desert kind of slowly shifts from the large winding dunes that you're used to the smaller, lumpier ones, and eventually to flat desert.
And do I know the goal of the group yet? Like why Zael sent them out here?
Don't think so. I think you've more or less just been told that we're going this way, you're coming with us, type of thing.
Sounds about right.
Maybe would have come up during travel.
Yeah, I think for the sake of not having to explain the entire journey for like the third or fourth time, assuming you guys would share that information if Yixis asked, you'd have been told by them.
Okay, so I'm going to try to use history to take them where the history is.
Okay.
At least by my understanding of it.
Sure. That makes sense to me.
Okay, well, it was at disadvantage, and I rolled double 13s, so that's a dirty 20.
Very nice. Okay, give me that percentile on top of it.
Okay, so that's going to be a 76.
76? Dirty 20 and 76. Okay. Despite his shyness and perhaps lack of confidence,
Very nervous.
Ixis does seem to take charge as though he knows what to expect along the path that you guys are walking. And the next couple hours of travel is honestly smooth sailing. You do get to a point, however, Ixis, that you trip over something in one of these small mounds of sand.
There's a loud squeal.
There's a loud squeal, and all of you see that something is very slightly uncovered within the sand where Yixis tripped. You are the closest to it, Yixis, if you want to brush some sand away and get a better look. But currently you just see what looks to be like a small, hard, long object that is light blue in coloration.
Yeah, I'll start dusting it off, trying to figure out what it might be.
Okay. You begin to dust away at whatever this is and find that it is, in fact, a weapon. It is a long, light blue javelin that has some very strange-looking carvings in it. And the more you dust away, the more you reveal of this object until eventually you see a bit of bone on it. You dust away a bit more of the sand and see that it is a skeletal hand clutched around this javelin. And the bones of the hand are connected to an arm that just goes deeper into the sand.
Oh, that's usually not very good. Guys, we got a dead skeleton, but this javelin looks like it could be useful.
Most skeletons are dead. And what javelin?
This right here.
Looking at the bony hand he pointed out, does it seem like a creature that I can identify from the shape of the hand, if it's humanoid or if it was
It's a
Gnoll or-
humanoid hand.
Okay.
And it is connected to more bones that are currently still buried.
Now, I'm going to hook
The arm bone is connected to the shoulder bone.
You'll have to dig to find
basically hook the bottom of the bottom of the crescent of the axe around the end of the spear and kind of pull up at an angle.
Okay, yeah, easy enough to do. The skeletal hand just kind of falls apart as you pull on this javelin. There doesn't appear to be anything really holding the bones together anymore. Whoever or whatever this was has been buried long enough that the bugs and insects of the desert have long since eaten away at its flesh and sinew.
Okay, just give me a minute here, and I'll tell you what this thing is.
Curiosity. Now there's a pile of little bumps, right? This was one
Yes.
of them?
Yep. Yeah, the mounds vary in size from like 4 inches in height to some of them are like 1.5 feet in height.
So
And this object was buried in one of them.
how far apart are they? Just varying distances around
Yeah,
the
they're
area?
varying distances. Some of them are like all clumped together. Other spots, they're like 5, 10, 20 feet apart.
Absolute curiosity. I'm going to go over to one of the other mounds and see if I can unearth something.
Okay.
When I see him digging, I'll go help him dig.
I'm digging carefully.
Carefully, okay. Roll a d20 for me, just straight d20.
Straight D20. 11.
11, okay. As you're digging away at this particular mound, eventually you scrape your claws against something hard that is very clearly not just sand. You dig some more at it until you reveal what looks to be a humanoid skull, but a portion of it is caved in by some sort of ancient weapon long ago.
Is there any arm attached to this skeleton? If I keep digging?
Yeah, you can dig further, and you see that the skeleton is more or less intact. You unearth enough of it that you're confident that the rest of it is buried in the sand somewhere. And you also find a few scraps of tattered cloth around it. Something that was probably at some point this skeleton's clothing. Give me a history check.
That's actually going to be pretty good. 19.
19? Okay, you recognize those scraps of cloth, after examining them a little bit, to be similar colors to the garb that the Arcastan warriors used to wear. Or I guess still technically wear.
Are there any... Is there a weapon attached to any of this?
Not with this particular skeleton.
I'm going to take that scrap of cloth, stuff it in my bag, and we're going to dig up another one of the mounds.
Okay.
While this is all going on, I'm doing the ritual identify.
Okay.
He's doing ritual things. I'm digging.
I think at that point I'd go help dig a different hole.
While they do that, I'm going to use the wand of detect magic.
Okay.
It's a very good idea.
Yep.
So, same number on both of those rolls. So the two digs that you guys start unearth nothing. The wand of detect magic tells you that there is very much enchantment magic on that javelin.
Well, whatever that javelin is, it's got enchantment magic on it.
And will say you're probably 7 or 8 minutes into the ritual cast. So if you guys want to do some more digging or more examining,
I am going to
that.
pick another random dune and start digging.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this die will be for you, and that one for you. Okay, Isa unfortunately does not uncover anything. No luck with those dice for you today. Xerax, however, you uncover another skeleton. This one does not appear to be humanoid in shape. Rather, this one appears to be the skeleton of a gnoll.
Hmm.
Out of all the skeletons we've unearthed so far, did it even look like they could have good pieces for Skelly? Knowing that Isa would kill us, or Xena might kill us if we don't collect them for her.
I mean, bones are bones. The
I love
spell
how-
will arrange them in some sort of usable fashion.
I love how all of you just like want me to burn a 3rd level slot just so I can animate a skeleton.
No, I'm
no.
trying to help Xena out.
I have not requested anything of the sort.
I think while everyone is doing this, Zara is just gonna plop down next to Yixis and just relax.
Remember, kids, the only difference between archaeology and grave robbing is the amount of time that's passed.
And if you get caught.
More start
No,
collecting bones.
whether or not you're funded.
Or if you document it. Documenting things also counts.
I mean, we were sent out by the Matriarch to investigate our history. This seems like some sort of piece of it, so
This
it's
definitely
totally
seems
archaeology.
like history. An entire graveyard worth of history.
Yeah. See?
Yeah. So, Isa, Xerax, and Zara, are any of you proficient with history?
Negative.
Nope.
No.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Once I'm done with the ritual casting, I will be trying to figure out which battleground this was.
There's probably some sort of assumption that can be made about this area, but those kind of assumptions are usually made by people that are a little more proficient in history than you guys. But valuable information nonetheless. And about this time, that identify finishes. And this javelin you identify as a magical item. It is a Javelin of Lightning.
Ooh.
So this particular item has a command word associated with it. And when you speak that command word, it transforms the javelin into a bolt of lightning, forming a line 5 feet wide that extends out from you to a target within 120 feet. And much like lightning bolt, anyone in the path of that line has to make a dexterity save or take some damage, full or half, depending on whether it's a success. And the javelin turns back into a javelin after that, like as though you threw it and it created the lightning, and then turns into the javelin at its destination, at which point you get to roll it like a regular attack to do potentially more damage.
I will
This-
explain that to the group and offer it up to whoever wants it.
This sounds like an Isa thing.
I mean, if neither of you have handy for it, I know I can throw it. I think Xena would
I
really
mean-
like it when we get her back. But
I have my own lightning abilities. But
Very
yes,
well.
I agree. It's definitely a Xena weapon.
Yep. She would love something that randomly turns into lightning.
If I can find what the command word was, like inscribed on it or something, or would I know that it could be set when it's attuned?
The nice thing about this item, this magic item, is it is not an attuned item.
ooh,
So
nice.
as long as you have knowledge of how it works, you can use it. Yeah, I'd say during the identifying ritual, you can discover what the command word is. And because you were the one that identified it, you can tell us what the command word is.
it's something in Arcastan, and I will tell her how to pronounce it.
Elvish.
Is it Elvish? Is Arcastan Elvish?
I feel like it probably has an influence of Elvish in it.
Elder Elvish. Let's be real.
All right, so because it's the only Elvish word I can remember off the top of my head, I'm going to say it's Brissinga, which is fire, and I
Yeah,
look
it is.
confused. Yixis looks very confused at the fact that they used the word fire for a lightning javelin.
Someone was confused about what the either translation was or what the javelin did.
The command word for this weapon of mass destruction is watermelon.
Pineapple.
It was made by the Mad Wizard.
It's heal.
So, Isa, you can add that to your inventory. It should be in the compendium. You should be able to just drag and drop.
But upon seeing, after finishing the ritual and doing all that, Yixis is going to see all these dug up holes and go look at them and start putting two and two together that this is a battlefield.
Yes, and I'm not going to make you roll on this. You know enough about history, you've done enough reading, all these books that you've collected, that this was indeed at some point the site of one of the many, many skirmishes and battles that have happened between Gnolls and Arcastans, and it is likely that a lot of these little lumps, mini dunes, whatever you want to call them, are essentially natural graves from where the participants of the battle have fallen. As you approach the eastern side of the desert, you know that's where a lot of those battles were focused, because that's kind of the midway point between the Gnolls and the Arcastans. And the Arcastans rarely made it kind of beyond this point into the desert, because the sand just played havoc with their machines.
Cool. So, out of any of the ones that are dug, do any of these look like they were spellcasters?
Give me an investigation roll.
Okay. This is still at disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Still not bad. So that's going to be at 18.
18? Okay. You can determine that the one that you pulled the spear from, in fact, was likely some sort of magic user.
I'm going to try to dig it, see if there's any scrolls or books or anything.
Okay. Give me a survival roll.
Okay. 17.
17. Okay, you dig up that entire skeleton, and unfortunately there are no books or scrolls or anything of the sort with the body. And if there was, they have likely been eaten by insects or deteriorated by the weather long ago. Normally not the case with magic items, but you know there are creatures in this desert that like to eat magic items and magical sources. So.
One last thing. Would I happen to know I'm betting Gnolls don't do battles in formation, but just in case they have some sort of formation.
They very, very much do.
Oh, so would I know where
war
the
bands have very
druids
set
and
roles within them?
Okay, so would I know where the druids and the shamans would have resided on the battlefield to try to, like, maybe guide us towards that area to maybe uncover something there?
You do know that within a warband, there are typically the leaders, which are shamans or flins, which are very, very magical gnolls, they're typically at the back commanding all of the forces. There are the soldiers, which are the frontline fighters, and they're typically divided into small groups, each one led by a magic focused individual, whether it's a druid or a sorcerer or anything of the sort. Each small group of soldiers has one of those. And then there are also the hunters, which are far off on the sidelines or looping around to the back of the enemy forces to try and cut them off. And those are sometimes arcane casters, but there's no guarantee that they are going to be. They're just specialized gnolls.
So
Safe bet that there are magical gnoll corpses kind of spattered throughout this field.
Yixis will spout all that, and try. I'd like to try to imagine where these, from the bodies that have been uncovered, and figure out where those gnolls would be. Try to figure that out, and no, guys, this is a pretty big find. This is a pretty big piece of our history right here. There could be like shaman or druid corpses. They might have stuff still on them that would help us figure out our history, and maybe even help you, Zara.
If they have anything on them, you will leave it.
Just saying it could help you.
We shouldn't be desecrating these graves anyway. Arcastan or not. Let the dead lie.
Pull out my shield and mark the graveyard on it with a little tombstone symbol.
Okay, but we're supposed to be out here finding our history, right? This is...
Yes,
something
we are.
we can tell the matriarch, and if she wants to send out a group to properly recover any artifacts or anything, that is her will.
All we are doing is desecrating honored dead.
Well, there are Castans.
They still died. Let's leave it for somebody who knows what they're doing. Master Yith or one of the other high druids could come out here and perform a ritual before acquiring anything from the bodies.
Okay.
What is your history modifier, Yixis?
7.
7? Okay. Okay. So you would know, or at least have a vague idea of, in instances like this, where bodies or objects are going to be recovered from a site, what usually happens is a specific sect of shamans is brought in to raise the corpses of the dead gnolls as witherlings, and then use them to dig up any remaining bodies and objects that could be useful, and those are brought back to the settlement. Before that happens, though, there is usually a small scouting group that is sent in to do kind of what you guys were doing here, dig up some of the bodies to see if it's worth expending the time and energy it takes to recover them. How that knowledge is applicable to this particular situation is really up to you, but you know that much at least.
Would I have a feeling that what we have dug up this far would prove to that point?
Yes. Typically, in these scenarios, the discovery of at least one magical item is enough to send those shamans in to see if they can find any more.
Okay, cool. So I'll just turn to Isa. You were able to message the matriarch before, right?
Yes.
Well, usually they'd want to send out a party to a place like this to recover stuff. So, maybe later we can tell her where it is.
I'm where I stop and I'm more look at the map and I'm more think about in my mental map, since I'm good at keeping track of those things, where we are to try and figure out how to describe it to the matriarch.
I'll try if I have any way of helping her give a more appropriate location, I would like to try to help her do that.
Okay.
For when she tries to describe it.
You would be able to describe this location to the matriarch by telling her that it is about 3 days travel from the Colosseum to the northeast.
Right. So I think at that point I just look at there's no point in waiting until tonight, and I'll just grab the amulet and I'll cast the sending out of it to the matriarch.
Okay.
Until we have found a graveyard 3 days travel from Colosseum to northeast with magical items.
Okay.
Probably tack on that it seemed to be a battleground.
Okay. You... Zael, why are you such a jerk? You feel like she got the message, but she does not respond.
She got the message. That's all I'll say to everyone else.
That lack of response is often the confirmation that people get when providing information to the matriarch.
And I'd also like to try to casually put back the bones I collected.
Easy enough to do. You yeah.
Try and do it inconspicuously too. She doesn't want to be found, but I'm sure everyone noticed.
Okay, so are you guys going to proceed through this area for the last leg of the day's venture then?
I mean, setting up camp in a graveyard is not probably the best idea.
Yeah, especially when you guys were attacked by witherlings the night before. Probably not the best idea. But I won't stop you either.
I'll take the lead again, and I'll use perception.
Okay, so before you make that roll, I think we are going to take our first break. But before we go on break, we do have some giveaways to open up here. And you'd think I'd be prepared, but I'm not. I'll get the image of our first giveaway here in just a moment. Nope, that's a picture of Gandalf. All right.
I mean, that would work.
Pretty sure that's where I put those, but apparently not. That's where I put wizards instead. Ooh, this is a nice set. Okay. So the picture I'm about to post in chat here is the set that we are giving away today. Well, one of the 2 sets that we're giving away today. Because we have, I believe it's 7 sets left to give away. So that's going to be 2 per stream with 1 on the last holiday adventure game. I think that's how that works out. So I'm so disorganized right now. I was not prepared for this. Okay. This is the set that we are going to be giving away right now. So I'm going to open up the raffle, which is now open. All you have to do is type !December into chat. That will enter you into the giveaway. And we will be drawing this raffle right before we take our second break of the evening. We will draw this one and then start the second one. And if your name is drawn, all you have to do is tell us what it is you won. Dice, math rocks, whatever you want to call them.
Dice
You don't have
emotes.
to give us the specific set name. Just say that they're dice. And we will get your Discord name from you at that point to add it to our list so we can reach out to you to get your shipping address. And that's really all there is to it. So go ahead and type !December, and we will be back from our first break in just a few minutes.
Alrighty, we are back. Are we back?
Yes, we
Okay.
are.
I mean,
Yes,
maybe.
sorry.
I
I
hate when
everyone
you all do
awkwardly
that.
stare at Rojan.
Like you
I was,
wave and you don't say a damn thing.
I was pouring more coffee, and I didn't want it. I didn't want the microphone to pick it up and people to think I was like taking a pee or something. My coffee cup is like right by the microphone.
Because that's all we would think while you were sitting there.
I mean,
Right.
you know,
Not that he's pouring something to drink. Nah, totally
No,
peeing
no.
at the desk.
sometimes a
100%.
DM just has so much to do that they can't get up on their break, and they just have to make do with what they've got.
I mean, pro
Not okay.
DMs take the notepad in with the bathroom with them.
Yeah. So before we jump back in, just as a reminder, we do have a raffle open, a keyword raffle right now for a beautiful set of dice. Just posted a picture or link to a picture in the chat there. All you have to do is type !Dicember, be present when we do the drawing, and tell us what you want if you're drawn. We'll be drawing that probably right before we take our second break of the evening, and immediately after doing that drawing, we'll be opening up a giveaway for a second set of dice. So stick around if you like free things. Or, you know, if we're actually putting on a good show, that too. So, I believe it was Isa that was about to make the final travel
Yes.
roll of the day.
Using perception.
Perception, okay.
Ooh. I am not joking. I just rolled 2 nat 20s.
Very nice.
So that's a 24. I don't know how I managed that one, but these are now my new favorite dice. That was not as great. 36.
24 perception, 36 percentile.
Mhm.
Let's see. Okay, yeah. So for the second time today, much like your trek in the morning, everything goes smoothly, and you keep looking back to check on your group and find that you almost again step on one of those green-leafed, red-tipped cacti in the ground. Apparently they're quite abundant in this particular area of the desert because you haven't seen them anywhere else.
They're corpse
And
cactuses.
I suppose that would make sense if these are creatures and if they're meat eaters of any kind. Being around this area where there's a lot of, well, bodies to feast on, it makes sense that this is where they'd make their home.
I gotta look back at Zara and be like, I found another one. Should I poke it?
No. Leave alone.
They're yummy.
One of these days, you're going to poke the wrong one. And knowing our luck, it's going to come out of the sands and it's going to be 20 feet tall and then want to eat you.
I look very much like that child that really wants to do something, but her parents just won't let her. She walks away from it.
Walk away from it, okay?
Yeah, she walked away.
Everybody just following her lead and leaving the cacti alone?
I mean, we know what they do.
I'm going to follow her, but I'm going to keep an eye on the cacti just in case they decide to get, you know, smart.
Okay.
In case the cactus gets uppity.
I mean, you never know.
In case the cacti is actually a barbarian.
So you keep one eye on the cacti as you proceed forward. It doesn't shift. It doesn't yell profanities at you or anything.
Can I try a history check on this again, or whatever it was before?
Yeah. It's like almost 8 hours later at this point. Yeah, you can do another history on it.
Again at disadvantage.
Yep.
That's a 14. 13.
13. Just like earlier, you know you have the knowledge. You know that information is tucked away somewhere in your mind, but with what you have presented before you, it's just not triggering. You can't quite figure it out. You know it's a creature, you know it looks like a cacti, you now know it has some sort of defense mechanism that allows it to hide. All of these are connected somehow, and in the center of that connection is that information that you just can't recall. Unfortunately. Oh, anyone else doing anything before proceeding for the rest of travel?
Not provoking the cactuses.
Fair enough. And just for reference to kind of reestablish their size, they're not very big. They're like this big, maybe the same diameter that like a 2-liter bottle of pop or something has.
They're like croquet balls.
Kind of, yeah, and they're small, and the leaves kind of come up, and as you know now, the leaves of the actual plants, though probably the creatures too, are filled with some kind of moisture and soft innards. But you guys continue on your trek, moving forward quietly, calmly through the desert. The mounds of sand have now given way. You are almost in an area that is completely flat. And you figure now is probably a good time to begin looking for a spot to set up camp.
And as we're setting up camp, I forgot to do this at the start of the day. I'm going to cast Goodberry and give everyone one.
Good mushroom. Can your one hand hold all the mushrooms?
I mean, it's 10
They all just
mushrooms.
kinda
I would hope
tumble
so.
out. I don't know. Some of those mushrooms can be pretty big.
Why can't I hold all these mushrooms?
What exactly, I think you told us this once before already, but what exactly do your good mushrooms look like?
Little, they're, like little orange speckled mushrooms. Something that if you saw in the wild would definitely not be something you'd want to eat.
Yep. Usually the prettier they are, the more poisonous they are.
Mm-hmm.
But thankfully not in the case of good mushroom. So who is spearheading the camp finding / building?
Sure.
That once we find a camp, Aegis is going to take off to try to find some animals to eat.
Okay.
So we have something to actually
And
munch on.
go survival mode. Dice, why do you hate me? That's a 10.
A 10? Well, with the mounds of sand giving way to flat desert, there really isn't anything for you to build a shelter up against. There isn't really any flora in this area either. None of those dried, dead dagger trees. If you want to build a camp here, you may have to resort to what you guys did when the scarab swarm was overhead, or what your hyena ancestors used to do, simply dig a den within the sand itself.
Go for it. Why not? Let's do it.
Okay.
Going to dig a burrow-sized hole.
All right, give me a survival roll for that, +2.
I love being at disadvantage. So that's a natural 1. I mean, the other one wasn't better. It was a 3. So,
What is that after modifiers?
the 1 actually turns into a 9 after modifiers.
Okay. So you spend probably a good 30 to 40 minutes digging out this rather large den that every one of you could fit inside comfortably at the same time. And you're sitting there in its entrance, quite proud of the work you've done. And you see a little twig sticking out of the roof of it. Well, that just, we can't have that. It's ruining the whole visage of this thing. It's got to be nice, sleek, and clean. So you grab the twig and you pull it out. You wait. Oh, good. I thought it was going to, and it all collapses.
Good job. That was a load-bearing twig.
It was a load-bearing twig.
Well done.
At the very least, you do now have a bit of a divot in the ground.
Yep.
Where it collapsed into. So there's that.
We've got a divot.
I think these are already left to go hunting, so good
Yep.
luck.
You're off hunting somewhere. Give me a survival roll for that hunting.
Do I want to help?
It's also a natural one. A total of 5.
Total of 5. Oof. Your night is not going as well as your day.
No.
So you start walking back to camp and spot poor Xerax sitting there, cross-legged, looking really disappointed at this slight divot in the ground that he just spent almost an hour working on. And Xerax, you look up to see Iza, who usually at this point is coming back with like an armload of jackrabbits or some sort of large four-legged beast, but instead in her hand is 5 fairly puny, disappointing looking snakes that are maybe like a foot and a half long each. Enough to give you guys sustenance, but nothing to write home about.
Can I wild shape at the moment?
Yes. Your lack of one arm will have an impact on the shapes that you take because it's just more fun that way.
Mhm.
But
I was gonna
certainly
just
wild shape.
assume that like whatever I turn into, it's gonna be missing some sort of an appendage. I'm gonna turn into that very familiar giant spider.
Okay. And just as Xerax and Iza lock eyes and have this unspoken knowing of a very disappointing night ahead of them, you both look over and see Zara turn into that familiar spider form, but it happens to be missing 2 legs on its left side.
And then very clumsily gonna go over and it's gonna start digging.
Okay. You can give me a survival roll.
That's -2 with disadvantage. I would use my survival roll, correct? Because it's off wisdom.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's not bad. So -2 at disadvantage is going to put me at a 16.
16? Okay. That's certainly better than a 1. You're a spider, so you don't have the dexterity for like great architecture, but you can dig holes. Spiders can dig holes. And you dig this divot down until it is a pretty sizable hole with kind of a flat wall to one side of it. That it'll protect you guys from sight and from wind. It'll suffice.
Okay. And as soon as the hole is done, she's going to just pop out of wild shape and just like collapse against one of the walls.
Okay. What is Yixis doing?
Has Yixis
Honestly,
seen Zara
trying to
turn into a spider before?
Nope.
That
I
would
think
be
this is the
interesting.
first.
That's a good point. you watch Yixis as Zara shifts and morphs into a spider and starts digging a big hole, and then suddenly shifts back into her normal self.
So definitely will be scared for a minute, but I think knowing that Zara is a druid, intelligence will kick in, and okay, she's doing her wild shape. But probably just trying to figure out how I could help the group, but not sure what to do for fear of messing it up and making it worse.
Okay. So you recall reading about camping in one of your books, and the book outlined that like the three main staples of camping is having a shelter, which has been taken care of, having food, which is being handled, and having a fire to cook that food on. Currently, you do not have a fire.
Right. So the question is, do do I have a way of making one easily? Do I happen to have flint and steel on me? Because that might be the only way I get to make one.
Is that something that Yixis would typically carry on him day to day?
Day to day? Nope.
Then you do not.
Well,
You have Swiss Army Gnoll.
yeah, I have no way of making fire in a nice fashion other than fireball. So
I mean,
Goofus Maximus,
I'm
thank you for
smart.
that thank you for
I'm
that
smart
sub.
enough not to do that.
I mean, you can kind of look at it like this. You're helping the group by not throwing a fireball down.
Yes. Has there been firewood gathered?
There has not, and there
I will
doesn't
try to
really
do
seem
so.
to be any large trees or dead flora around the area that you'd be able to use for fuel. So if you wanted a fire, you would have to use stuff that you guys already have on you, if anything.
Yeah.
But it's starting to sound like it's going to be a dark, cold, disappointing night for you guys. On the plus side, you don't have a dragon beacon in your camp if you don't have a fire.
this is also very true.
Yeah, I have no way of helping right now.
It fits the theme of the day for you guys.
Everything sucks.
Yeah.
Would it be too strenuous to use the inner gate ability right now? Because I don't know how much of a mental tax that puts on Zara.
It puts quite a bit on you. It's trying to understand all of these possibilities simultaneously. It's like having several brains in your head at once, experiencing different things at the same time.
All right.
But if you want to try it, I certainly will not hinder you from doing so.
Well, I know you shouldn't try it, but actually no. She's gonna use her Vizier ability from the card that I drew earlier.
Okay.
And she's going to ask, how do I safely, or how do I get Xena back to us safely?
Okay. Just gonna reread that vizier real quick.
Because it gives me a truthful
Truthful
answer and
okay.
how to go about succeeding in whatever it provides, if possible.
If possible, okay. So you ask that question, and perhaps you're expecting an answer to come in the voice of your mother or the voice of some sort of ancestor of yours. But instead, the voice that you hear is deep, it is gravelly, and you see in your mind an image of two red glowing orbs, eyes, a familiar sight from the visions that you've had in the past and from what Isa described to you when she was dead. And this voice says to you, "She was taken because of your companion, because of Isa. If she accepts her suffering, your friend will return. The blame is hers." And with those words comes the realization that Xena was more or less just a tool in the suffering of Isa. The blame of her being taken is put on Isa, and Isa just needs to accept that blame and accept that suffering in the context of mentally accepting it, rather than being in a position of, this isn't my fault, I didn't put myself here, don't blame me. She just needs to accept that it is her fault in order for Xena to be returned to you.
Even though on a grander scale, it's Zara's fault. Now to this one blameless.
Well, I mean, you are missing an arm. Kind of unrelated, but you're still missing an arm.
Yeah, that was for another stupid life choice.
No one said that Isa didn't already blame herself, but okay.
So with that, again, she's just gonna fall back against the wall, and she's just gonna silently stare at Isa.
Eyes of the druid are upon you, Isa.
Is it that unusual for Zara to stare at us, though?
I imagine it's unusual for her to stare at you in the way that she's staring at you.
Oh.
But I suppose you could always roll insight or something if you'd like to try and determine that.
Sure. Why not?
No.
That's a 3. No.
3? Okay.
Do I need
Damn
to roll
disadvantage.
anything? Do I need to roll anything against that?
Not against a 3.
Okay. I don't know. I may fail because, I'm in worse shape.
Well, I feel like...
Oh, wait, I forgot to take my -2 on that, so that's a 1.
Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to
Dirty
get lower
1.
than that.
Okay. Under any other circumstances, it would probably be fairly obvious that this is not the normal Zara stare. But these are not any other circumstances. You guys have been through a lot in the last 24 hours, and you are kind of at the point where you're just like, yeah, whatever. I accept that what is happening right now is happening right now. I'm just gonna sit here. I'm tired.
Yep.
You can bring her back.
What?
Xena. She was taken because of you.
I kind of figured that out when they said it was about suffering.
You need to accept the suffering mentally.
I'm not sure what that means.
Nor do I. Just if you mentally accept your suffering, we get Xena back.
She's gonna cock her head to the side. She's like, I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Was I given any insight as to what it meant by the suffering, or was it just she had to accept it?
Just that she had to accept it. It is a problem that does not necessarily have one singular answer, because a lot of it is based on the type of person that Isa is and the emotions that she's feeling. And those are a very difficult thing to deal with when they are related to a problem such as this. So what that means for Isa to accept that fault and that suffering is dependent entirely on her. And perhaps if she can ever get a proper night's rest, she may have more dreams that can help answer those questions.
You know what?
I'm gonna look at Zara and be like, can this tell you what paths lead to bringing Xena back? She points at her forehead where your mark is.
Possibly. Though with how I'm feeling, I don't really want to try it at the moment.
Understandable.
So
We should probably change out your bandages while we sit here.
we need a fire, though. We're not going to get any better in the cold.
I'm gonna reach into my backpack and I'm gonna pull out that stone box that I broke the lock on. I'm going to open up said box where I have the books that no one can read. And I'm gonna pull out, because I have 2 flyers for the fights, pictures on them. I'm gonna pull those out, I guess, for now. Be like, will these help?
And I'm going to take my wooden shield. I'm going to throw it in out as well. I don't have any use for that anymore. With those that...
But it's a shield.
Yeah, so you could use the paper flyers as kind of like a kindling, a starter to get the shield lit.
So I will
Flaming.
crumple one flyer to attempt to start it with just one before I put both in there.
She holds up her hands like, I can do this. And she's gonna snap her finger and use Druidcraft to cause a small campfire to erupt onto the shield.
One of the best cantrips.
Yeah.
Back out my
I was
piece of
gonna say, if
paper
that
and
didn't
fold
work-
it back up.
I was gonna say, if that didn't work, I also have Produce Flame.
Yeah, no, Druidcraft works exactly as intended. The wood of the shield catches fire. It is a small fire, but gives you enough ambient light and warmth to at least prevent you from shivering.
I'm more, as I'm putting the stuff away, I'm gonna look down at it and then look up at the Yixis and be like, can you read this?
Let's see here.
You open up my notes for the... Where did you find that?
Underneath
Coliseum
the
Underground.
Coliseum.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Oh, good lord, that's like ages ago now. Coliseum. There it is.
Just dropped my language proficiencies.
And that was out of the warden office type place, right?
Yes. Well, I think so. Is wherever the fancier room was, the one off to the.
Yeah.
I think it's the same box we found all the gems in.
You do speak the language.
Mm.
Okay, so Yixis, you recognize the language on this paperwork as primordial. One of the original ancient languages. And the fact that it is being used in written material tells you that this is very, very old stuff. And the language that's used on the flyers seems to be similar to language used in just advertisements. It's a flyer for the Colosseum battle arena itself, calling for volunteers to come in and fight their way through a gauntlet of creatures and slaves and other such things in order to reach the end victorious and win a particular item that the word that's used to describe this item has little meaning to you. It does not translate into a modern language. So perhaps it was just the name of a magical item, a named item that just doesn't have a modern translation. But regardless, a named item is usually something of power. So there's that note. Are you just handing the flyers, or are you handing the books over as well?
I'm holding up the flyer. If he indicates he can read it, she will then hand over the book. Or books.
Yeah.
I think it was only one.
Yixis will nerdgasm a little bit and start reading over it and explain what he reads.
In that case, can you read this book? I don't know what it's about, but we found it under the Colosseum. I was going to take it back to see if it held any piece of history.
Now, remind me, did you ever... I know you looked at the cover of it and saw the same script as the flyers and knew you couldn't read it. Did you ever actually open the book?
She probably would have flipped through the book.
Okay.
Just to make sure it was all in the same language.
Okay. So, Yixis, you look at this book. It appears to be a journal of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
And on the front of it is a name. The name is Forlane Moronis. And that is probably the owner of this particular journal.
Does that name have any meaning to me?
No meaning whatsoever.
Okay.
But the journal is just as old, if not slightly older, than the flyers that you just looked at. So it's likely a name that has long since been forgotten.
I will begin reading through the pages, skimming for anything that pops out at me.
Okay, and you being who you are, and your interest in books and the contents within, and the quest that you guys are on, literally every page jumps out at you. This is a journal of a person that ran the Colosseum at the peak of its, well, the peak of the civilization he was a part of. And every page just journals his day-to-day, and there is almost an endless amount of information in here that has just been unknown to anyone for who knows how long. I do have a lot of the specific pages set aside that I haven't finished writing yet because nobody in the party could read it up until now. But when I finish writing those, I will send them all to you, and you can read over it and do with it what you will.
But there's just constant nerdgasming happening as Yixis is reading through this.
And keep track of the amount of time that you spend reading this journal, because there are certain points within it that are noteworthy, but it will take a certain amount of reading and investigation over the journal to get to those points.
Out of curiosity, I think one of the first things Yixis would have done upon realizing he could read it is figure out how many pages actually have content. That way he would know how much time he might need to get through it.
About 95% of this journal is written in.
Mhm.
There are only a handful of blank pages left in it.
So you don't have to give me a specific number, but approximately how many pages would I be
Approximately
looking
how
at?
many pages? There's probably about 250 pages in this journal.
Boom!
Yeah, it is not a small journal. There's a wealth of information within. I'm sure another thing you are keeping an eye out for is probably anything magical related, especially being a wizard,
yeah.
copying into your spell book. There are a few words here and there that strike you as words of power, arcane words, but the reading and translation of this journal is going to take some time. Although it is a language that you can read, it is a very old form of that language. So the words and meaning of those words don't necessarily line up with what they do in the modern age. But you guys can now read the information. That's great for when you return to the Colosseum and finish that dungeon.
I would have also pointed out on the flyer about it promising some sort of reward that hinted at an object of power of some sort, and I would have inquired about whether or not they found anything like that or anything that would have hinted at what it was or anything like that.
There was an area we didn't go into. You would probably particularly like the armor that was there. It was enchanted somehow with markings and came to life and tried to put everyone into cells.
And why would you think I'd like that? That sounds horrible.
You'd probably understand the magic that's happening.
I mean, maybe.
It sounds like we have our key to go back down there now.
Mm-hmm.
There was that spider too.
Yeah, and you
The
remember
spider?
the two areas that you guys kind of left was one was looked to be the home to some sort of spider type creature with those curious black webs. And the other area that was unexplored was a locked door. I believe it was a heavy stone locked door.
Yep.
No. Guess we could deal with that after we figure out what this whole thing with Xena is.
Accepting your suffering.
I still don't know what that means.
Nor do I, but I'm going to sleep.
I'll take first watch.
Okay. You've
Do
got yourself
not
a small...
wake me.
That's probably a good request. You've got yourself a small campfire to give you a little bit of light, a little bit of warmth. You've got your protection, semi-protection from the elements. Isa, what are you relying on for the first roll of the night?
We're probably going to go athletics. Just run the laps around the camp to try and take looks at different points.
Okay.
Dude, this little dice has been working well for me. Ooh, what's going to be the second roll? Again. That was again 2 natural 20s. For 27.
27? Okay. And the percentile?
I like this little die.
It's rolling well.
76.
27 and 76. Okay. As you're doing your laps around the area, you happen to spot to the south something that appears at this distance with your limited visual range, since it is
Like
night.
you say, oasis.
Something that appears to be an oasis. There doesn't seem to be anyone there at the moment. You've heard Xerax describe this oasis that has appeared over and over, and always there has been a figure in the center of it. But the oasis that you're seeing is very small. The little body of water that is in the center of it, no more than like 15 feet in diameter, and only a little bit of greenery around the edges of it. But there does seem to be some sort of light green glow coming from spots around the edge of the water. It's hard to really discern it from this distance what it is. You can get closer if you wanted to inspect it further.
Probably get. She won't into. Probably get. I don't know how close she wants to get. She'll get closer. As I move closer, I kind of want to sniff the air. Does it smell kind of like I'd expect an oasis to smell?
Yeah, more or less. It has a bit of that earthy, wet smell to it, kind of like rain on a spring or summer day. Fresh water, clearly. How close are you getting?
Before I move too close, I'll actually probably go quick kick Xerax without taking my eyes off of it.
Okay.
Is that your oasis?
What?
Is that your oasis?
And I look in the general direction of it.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for this. You've seen the oasis enough times at this point. This does not look like the oasis that keeps appearing to you.
Nope, wrong oasis. Can I go back to sleep now?
Sure. She's gonna go check it out.
Okay, so are you going right up to it, or are you staying a distance away?
When I'm about 30 feet away, I'm more look for, as I walk, I'm look for any kind of small pebble or rock that I could throw into it. See
Okay.
what happens.
Dump stat charisma. Thank you for that raid.
As you get closer, you do see the sand gives way a little bit to more of a pebbly structure. And you can find several small stones to throw if that's what you desire.
Yeah, just gonna throw a stone in and see what happens to the stone.
Right on target. You throw it right into the center of the pool, and it makes a very satisfying splash sound. And those green lights, those green glowing lights around the edge of the water, they shift a bit when that happens. Some of them kind of move away from the water. A couple of them like jump up into the air and kind of like hover there for a moment before they all eventually go back to the edge of this oasis water.
Madbird Streams, thank you for that raid.
And
Hi.
give me a perception check. You said you're about 30 feet away?
Yeah,
Yeah. Give me a perception check.
into the thing, I say. Disadvantage, so that would be perception. That'd be 16.
16? Okay, that's certainly good enough at this distance. Getting a better look at these glowing lights, you see that they aren't just green glowing orbs as they appear to be from a distance, but rather they look to be runes that are giving off a green glow to them. And as they're moving around, you realize they're attached to something, each one of them. And there's probably about 17 or 18 of them at various points around the water. And you realize that these are the glowing runes similar to those on the backs of the Manabane scarabs that you guys hid from. Though these ones in particular don't seem to have any interest in you at the moment. It looks as though they are simply stopping for a drink.
They said they appear to be attached to something.
Yeah, the runes are on the backs of these scarabs, and there's 17 or 18 of them just kind of scattered at different points around the water. Some of them, once they've had their fill, kind of fly up in the air and just kind of fly slowly around the area of the oasis. They all seem to be sticking rather close to each other, and none of them really pay any attention to you as they're focused on what they're doing at the moment.
What do I actually have on me? So seeing that, still probably without taking my eyes off of the oasis, I'd walk back up to the camp, stick the javelin, set the javelin down in the camp, in the bed, in the den that we made, and then walk back. Actually, I'd probably just stick my whole backpack down. So I just have my weapons on me and my shield. And then we're actually going to walk into this oasis.
Okay. So are you just casually walking up to the water's edge, or are you trying to quietly sneak up to the water's edge? It's, as mentioned, it's not very big, about 15-ish feet in diameter.
She'll probably be trying to sneak.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that stealth roll then. Versus their perception.
3.
Oh. 3, you say?
Yeah, damn disadvantage. Which, my defense. Yeah. Disadvantage.
Well, it is possible for them to roll lower than that. But they didn't.
Nope.
They rolled 19. So every single one of them sees you coming. And as you approach, they kind of shift themselves to the opposite side of the water from you. A couple of them are... Their attention is fixed on you, as if they were perhaps trying to catch scent of anything magical you might have on you. But for the most part, they are just keeping a distance from you as you approach.
Okay.
And as you get right up to the water's edge, you begin to notice a faint glow coming from the water itself. And the glow seems to be brighter on the side of the oasis that the scarabs are on, as if the glow is almost originating from them and moving through the water.
I'm using my partially broken dagger. I'm probably gonna reach out and touch the water with it, see if it's safe to touch the water.
Okay. You plunge the blade of the dagger into the water, and it's like putting a dagger in water. Aside from the glow of the water and the surprising clarity of the water as well, now that you've placed an object within it, nothing other than that really stands out. Nothing seems to happen.
And the water, does it smell clean?
It
Drinkable?
smells very, very clean.
She will stupidly take a drink.
Okay.
Just gonna dip a hand in and take a drink.
Okay. Alright. So you take a drink, and it has this refreshing coolness to it. Like, it's slightly chilled, although there doesn't seem to be any cold temperature coming off of it, but it feels like it's being chilled. And the cleanest, clearest water you have ever had before. It tastes amazing and refreshing, and any sort of I don't want to say exhaustion because it doesn't affect your actual exhaustion in any way, but any sort of tiredness and aching that you're feeling seems to soothe a bit. It doesn't go away, but it becomes more manageable. And for the next 24 hours, you have advantage on saving throws, and you have 11 temporary hit points.
Okay.
And the temporary hit points will last until either depleted or you take your next long rest. Not this one, your next one.
So I'm going to take the water skin that I built, and I'm going to attempt to fill it up with this water.
Okay, when you reach the water skin towards the surface of the water, all of those scarabs suddenly launch off the ground and take kind of a defensive posture as they turn their attention to you, the buzzing of their wings quite loud in your ears, as though they don't like what you're about to try to do.
She'll put it back. It's not worth that type of effort.
And they all land back down on the ground.
So I'd like to get up and walk back towards the camp. As I walk away, does the oasis stay there?
Yep.
This time she's going to wake up Yixis. She'll be like, poking him aggressively.
There's a bit of a yelp.
You ever heard of oases appearing out of nowhere with really good water in them?
Groggily, he will say, those are usually mirages?
No, it
Are
wasn't.
you sure you weren't dreaming?
She'll point his head towards the oasis.
And at this distance, you can see a faint glow in that area, as though there is actually something there.
History or Arcana? Or what would you have me roll?
To determine what kind of information.
If I've heard of things like this, based off of the brief description she gave me and what I'm seeing.
Okay. You can roll either one, and the information you get will be dependent on the stat that you rolled.
Okay. And is this at disadvantage still?
Yes.
Darn. Okay. Well, the lower of those two is still an 18. So, and because history and Arcana have the same plus. Which do I want? History.
History? Okay. You know that if an oasis just appears out of thin air, it's either a mirage or perhaps something you don't want to interact with in any way. You also know that it's very possible to just not see something as you're traveling and then later realize, oh, that was there the whole time. An oasis in the desert, a small one like this, is not super uncommon. You might come across one every 10 or so days of travel throughout the oasis, and they don't ever really seem to last very long when they do show up because the hot sun dries them out. At this particular time of year and the weather that you've been having, there's been a lot of clouds recently, it's not too surprising that you guys would find a small puddle of an oasis like this. So perhaps it's just something natural that was there the whole time.
Are you sure that wasn't just there the whole time and you just missed it?
Turn to narrow her eyes at him. As if she takes offense to your statement.
I if it's popping out of nowhere, you probably don't want to touch it.
Too late.
Oh God.
If the same hand she took a drink with, you just go to touch him. Now you've touched it.
Oh God.
Make a con save. You're dead.
No.
Whoops.
You just accidentally used Finger of Death on Yixis.
God.
She'll shrug her shoulders and then go back to watch.
You're killing me?
Yeah.
Oh, horrible person.
It was bound to happen eventually.
It was just a pop.
It really was.
So, Yixis, are you doing anything with this information, or are you just going back to sleep?
How far away is it?
Probably about 250, 300 feet, approximately.
I might try to crawl towards it and maybe get a closer look to determine more information. Other than that, he won't go too close to it, and he would just try to ignore the fact that anything ever happened.
Okay.
As he moves closer, she would call out. She goes, "You might want to leave any magical items back at the camp."
Do you tell him why, or you just leave your stuff back at camp?
Let's see if she's smart enough to tell him why. Okay, yeah, she does. She tells him that there's the scarab beetles down there.
Okay. And you know exactly what she's talking about, Ixis. You have read many reports on creatures such as these Manabane scarabs, and know that what she's describing is a creature that feasts on magical power. It is often found chasing people down through the desert, trying to eat away at their magical weapons and armor, any items that they have, and has also been known to sap the magic straight from casters.
At that, he turns around and walks away at a brisk pace.
Fair enough.
He may not even stand up. He might army crawl.
I can see that.
The question is, does he tell her why? Because she has no idea why you wouldn't want to go down there.
Nope. He just skitters right on past you and into whatever shelter it is we have.
The
He
spider hole.
wants nothing to do with this.
That's fair. So, your watch, Isa, the rest of it goes by without issue, without problem. That water that you drank has relaxed you quite a bit. You feel like you can get some decent sleep tonight by the time your watch is over. Who are you waking up for next watch?
Guess no one did tell her who she was supposed to wake up.
Nope.
Other than Zara, who said not to wake her. So she'll probably wake Xerix.
Yeah, please don't wake up the one arm wounded Gnoll.
No dragons tonight.
You are awoken for the second time by Isa.
I told you it wasn't the Oasis that you were
It's
looking
your-
for.
It's your watch.
Oh,
Wasn't always supposed to.
well then, it's a different story. Did you figure out what it was? Was there
It had
any
some-
strange person standing in the water?
No strange person did have the scarab beetles around it, so keep an eye out for those wandering around.
Right.
But the water tasted really good.
Yeah, Yep,
TT2KB, thank you for that raid.
Okay, so Isa crawls into the Gnoll pile for the night, and Xerax gets up, starts his watch. What are you relying on for this watch?
What was Isa running off of?
Athletics. You
Yeah.
probably see her trail burned into the sand.
Yeah, you can see the footsteps in the sand.
You
Zoomies,
know, just because it keeps betraying me, we're gonna run off perception tonight.
If you roll it enough, one of them has to be a good roll, right?
Yeah, after I cycle through every possible number that's not good.
Yeah.
3 elder dragons show up.
We all get eaten.
Please no.
1 elder dragon for each of your arms.
Don't worry, I've got 3 limbs to spare.
Okay, so we're gonna run this one off of perception tonight.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm at disadvantage.
You sure are.
You don't also have a -2.
Yep.
Guess
Well,
that wasn't good.
that's a nat 1.
Oh,
Disadvantage is a horrible thing.
What was that? What was that about 3 elder dragons?
well, that'll depend on the percentile roll.
I'm just not looking up. They're not there if I don't look
The
at them.
number you roll on the percentile is the number of dragons that show up.
So my rune worked really well, and it immediately had
38.
95.
Nope, 38 of them.
38, a 1 and a 38.
I mean, technically the one turned into like, oh wait, we're at -2, aren't we?
I think
No, you're not.
No.
No, that's me.
And-
Okay,
and I-
Isa and Zara have negatives right now because
would
of
still
resurrection
technically be a
and
7.
illness. 7. It's not gonna do you a whole lot more, but it's more than 1.
Yes.
So while I think about that, I think this is a good time to close the raffle that we currently have open, which is for a beautiful set of dice. So I'm going to go ahead and close that. Those of you that entered, make sure you are here, because if your name is drawn, you need to tell us what it is that you won. And after we conclude this raffle, we will be opening up another one for another beautiful set of dice. So, close that. Draw a name. Azarin.
Ooh.
What did you win, Azarin? I gotta start the timer, because if you don't answer, I gotta re-roll.
Does the timer involve Jeopardy music?
It sure does.
I mean,
I
Except
should
we
have
can't play
added-
that.
We can't play it,
Should have
yeah.
added
Right.
Jeopardy to Sirenscape.
but they cannot DMCA you for the music in your own head.
Yes,
there he
now-
goes.
Actually, the
Yet.
Jeopardy music would be fine.
What'd you
because
win,
there are
Ezrin?
Jeopardy games that you can play on stream.
True.
You just have to play the music off.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tune everything up a half step, down a half step, and we'll just play it anyways.
Perfect. All right, Azarin, I have your Discord name already, so I will record that. Congratulations, sir, on winning a beautiful set of dice.
They are gorgeous.
So, like I said, we are going to open up another giveaway for dice. And these ones are, I think, some of my favorite from all the sets that we're giving away during Dicember. And it is this beautiful set right here that I just posted the link to in chat.
Why you do
That is
this?
an image of it. So, just like last time, I have to create the keyword for it, otherwise that doesn't work. The raffle is open, and all you need to do is type !Dicember into chat to get your name entered into it, and then be present when we close the raffle and do the drawing, which will be at the end of the stream today. And And if you're drawn, just tell us what you won. That's really all there is to it. So we're going to go ahead and take our second break of the night, enter into that raffle, and we will see you in just a couple minutes.
Alrighty, we are back.
Total of 10 as well.
Welcome back, everyone.
Oh, I see we have a battle map.
You sure do. I'd like to say this is one of the avoidable fights, but those were some low rolls.
If I stay really still, can I just pretend like I'm dead?
Really,
Maybe.
Boone?
That be a persuasion or deception, because you kind of do look like you're dead.
Just hold your breath. It'll be fine.
So, Xerax, as you are relying on your trusty perception to keep
It's
you
not
guys
trusty.
safe. Well, I mean, if you can trust it to fail
Trusty.
every time, it's still trusty.
Last time we let Xerax takes a watch.
We keep saying
you-
that.
You notice some rustling in the sand to the west of your little makeshift camp. And soon after you notice that rustling, you see some things emerging from the sand. And if I can put myself on the right layer to select them, I could show you. There we go. They look to be cobra snakes almost. But like a lot of things that you've seen in this area, they are strangely mechanical. And you can hear the clicking and shifting of metal within them, the gears that are driving them to move. And they all seem to be attracted to the light from your campfire. It's unfortunate that a campfire is almost necessary when camping, especially in places like this, the desert, where there's really no other light sources around, so any source of light is going to attract something. And in your case, unfortunately, it's attracted mechanical cobras.
Sounds
So
right.
if everyone could put their initiative on the tracker for me, that would be super.
Do
You
I
know what the
have
best
Sarah,
part
do I
is?
have disadvantage on initiative too?
It is a
Yep.
skill check.
Yep.
Yep.
Initiative rolls are ability checked. So if you
So-
have disadvantage on abilities
And -2?
and -2.
Jesus. Okay.
Those aren't too far apart.
And as everyone is putting their initiative on the tracker, Xerax, you do have one action, essentially, that you can take if you choose before these creatures will be taking their actions.
Yes, I am going to just going with the whole I have failed horribly at all the things at the moment. Instead of trying to wake everybody up properly, I'm just going to let out a Gnoll-like bark at everybody.
Not a bad idea. All of you, not even going to have you roll from this because you specified it was a Gnoll-like bark. And pretty much everything that Gnolls do as far as organizing their war bands, alerting each other to danger, communication over great distances, uses their barks, yips, and growls. And your ears, all of you, immediately pick up on it and know that there is some sort of danger lurking outside of your little den. Let's call it. It's a hole in the ground, but let's call it a den.
Den, because we're in it.
Yep, exactly. So, group 1 of these creatures is at the top of the order here. And I closed their character sheet because I'm a bad DM. And I didn't put their name on the tracker, so I don't even know where the... Okay, that's them there. I got this. We're fine. This one right here at the front of the group is going to slither and clack its way right up to you, Xerax.
Okay.
And it is going to try to bite you. Does a 14 hit?
14 does not hit.
Does not hit. Okay. I only have the one attack. So number 2 here is going to slither up right next to its friend. Try to do the same thing. Does a 19 hit?
Yeah, a 19 hits.
Okay. You are going to take 6 piercing damage. And I need a Constitution saving throw from you. Unless you are immune to poison.
Not last I checked. No.
Okay.
Wait, that doesn't count on saves, does it?
No. Not
So
for you
that-
anyway.
Is a con save?
Con
It's a
save.
16.
Are you making a save
16?
against being poisoned?
Yes.
We have advantage on those.
Do we?
It's against an effect.
Or against the effect of disease or poison. The rugged racial feat for
Oh,
desert
there it
gnolls.
is.
Yep.
Like the
Yeah, you're
one
right.
thing that's collapsed.
Yeah.
So we have advantage on those.
I
Oh,
Think-
wait,
should
that
have
just means I
known
roll no.
that.
Yes.
Yeah, because we currently have disadvantage on them.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Only you.
Yeah.
That's a you thing.
Sorry.
18.
I think that's a Zara thing right now. I think
Yeah, you're right.
Everyone else
No,
is
mine's
fine.
on my.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, mine's just a -2.
either way, you are fine, Xerax. And the last guy that is part of group 1, can he make it? Oh, he can just make it.
Yes, move closer.
Slight attack. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
Yep.
That is max damage for 9 piercing damage.
Lovely.
And another con save, if you would.
That is a 21.
You are fine.
Oops. Or that.
Isa, you are alerted by a Gnollish yelp coming from outside of your shelter.
All right. Standing up is
Standing
half my
remember,
movement.
Half movement.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't quite get close enough, but I can. Why the heck not? Wow, that goes far. I don't really want to do that right now. So I will stand up. Which will give me 15 feet of movement left. I will move in here. And I will toss 2 daggers at this one over here. First dagger. Which is just a nice attack. So that is. God, I can add today. 17.
17 will hit.
Alright, let's see. Oh, minimum damage. That sucks. That's 5? Yeah, 5. Dagger, yes. 5 piercing.
Okay.
And the second dagger is going to be 19 to hit.
That will also hit.
And this one is only 4 points of piercing. That's the partially broken dagger.
Your 2 daggers do find their target, though, despite it being a relatively skinny and agile target. They strike home and do a little bit of damage.
Alright. And then I'm just going to take a, I guess, defensive stance with the shield out.
Okay. Zara, you awaken to the yelping of your companion.
Can I see what's going on outside?
Not from where you are. You will have to stand up and
Yep.
take a few steps out because this hole is fairly deep at this point.
Of course. So, using the one arm that she has left, she's going to start doing the semantic components and cast everyone's favorite spell of Call Lightning
Very nice.
right here.
Perfect.
So all 3 of these robotic snecks are going to have to give me dexterity saving throws.
Let's see. First one rolls a 10. Wait, no. Pretend I didn't say that. First one rolls a 16.
Can we just go with 10?
We cannot, I'm afraid. Although the second one only rolls a 7. And the third one rolls a 22.
All right, so the first one and the third one are going to save. The second one is going to take the full brunt of it.
Okay.
So that is
And-
going to be...
I lied to Isa when I said that her daggers did some damage. They did no damage.
So that's going to be 11 points of lightning damage to the one that didn't save, and then 5 to the ones who saved.
Okay. That did do some damage. They were resistant to that piercing damage that she did, but they are actually immune to it. They are not, however, resistant or immune to lightning.
That's all I can do.
All right. That will bring us to the next group of snacks. Let's see, this one here. Going to dash. And it is going to be able to get to there. But that's all it can do.
So when it gets there, I'm going to use my reaction of Halo of Spores.
Okay.
So I need a Constitution saving throw from it, I believe. Yes, Constitution saving throw.
And that is an ability, if I remember correctly, so it does not have that resistance. So it's only going to roll an 11.
Oh, it's actually going to fail. I'm still technically 5th level, so that it only takes a D4 necrotic damage.
Okay.
So it's going to take 2 points of necrotic.
And mechanical creatures not resistant or immune to necrotic.
I always see necrotic damage for metal creatures as rust.
So do I. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's see. They're not the dumbest creatures in the world, but they're still pretty dumb. So this one's going to dash and only get to there. This one's going to dash and only get to there. And that brings us around to Yixis.
You had to take away my fun, didn't you?
I sure did.
Let's see here. No fireball. That
I mean, you
sucks.
could.
But I'm not gonna hurt my friends.
I mean, you could still
Um,
position it where you have all three of
Tell
them.
them to duck. That'll be fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think. Is that showing up? Got my turn order in the way. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, 20-foot radius. So should be able to get all three of those, right?
Yep.
Without
Sure
getting
can.
my friends.
Yep.
So yes, I shall center a fireball there.
You will have to move out of the den a little bit in order to get visual, but just 1 square forward will do it.
I think I will actually move this way
That works too.
to do so. All right, so they have a dex save of 16 to make.
Okay. First one rolls a 18. Second one rolls a 19. Third one rolls an 11.
Okay, so third one doesn't make it. The other two do. Okay. $29 damage.
Very nice.
Not halved.
Guy's gonna take a fair bit of damage. That guy's gonna take a fair bit of damage. That guy's gonna take a whole lot of damage. And the rest of you, you see out of the corner of your eye, Yixis kind of crawl out of the den and move back a little bit, and then a little bead of light shoots out from him and erupts in a huge fireball behind those 3 snakes and just lights up the whole area for a moment.
Really, what it looks like is peeking my head out and then duck back in.
Okay. Zerax.
And I don't have a bonus action thing that I can use, so that's it.
You are muted, sir.
Right. Well, first things first, we are going to don't have a 3rd level slot to cast that out of. Okay. Going
Which
to
one is that
throw up
going on?
Hunter's Mark, starting at the bottom and going up the list. All right. And Hunter's Mark adds a d6. All right. Attack 1 with the great axe. Does a 16 hit? No, sorry, I can't math. Does a dirty 20? No, 19 hit. There we go. Math.
All of those numbers hit.
Oh, okay.
And separate out your damage, if you would.
Okay, that's 16 from the axe and 4 from the Hunter's Mark.
Okay. The axe is slashing, right?
Yes.
Okay. You notice as your axe glances off of this thing that it takes no damage whatsoever from that. But it does take the damage from the Hunter's Mark.
And we have claws and bite, and those are both piercing, right?
Yes. Yeah, and because of your proximity to it when she threw the daggers, you noticed that the daggers, which normally do piercing damage when thrown, also did no damage.
But to use the snake as a weapon against another snake.
Snake whip.
But are they immune to bludgeoning too?
Next step is hammer throw one of them. Well, unfortunately, I don't have another option at the moment, so we're just going to do the same trick again.
At least you can get that Hunter's Mark damage in there.
Did it take damage? It did take damage, though, so...
Yep.
That's a dirty 20 to hit.
That will hit.
11 from the axe, 1 from the Colossus, and 5 from the Hunter's Mark.
Okay. This particular snake is looking a little bit rough. Although it manages to somehow, in its current state, shrug off the damage from the weapon itself, the Hunter's Mark and Colossus Slayer are taking its toll on this creature, and the plates that form its long, slender body are starting to come apart and show gaps.
Oh, the Colossus Slayer actually worked.
Did. Because in my opinion, that shit's magical. You're
That's
not rolling
fair.
a die for it. Well, you are rolling a die for it, but it's not the weapon itself dealing that damage. It's your class abilities that's dealing that damage.
That's fair.
So yeah, its plates are starting to come apart and show the gears and pulleys within that are operating this mechanical monstrosity. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that is it.
Okay. That brings us back to group 1 of snacks. And you know what? That one is not very happy with you down at the bottom there, so it's going to
He
try
can
and
be
bite you.
displeased.
I don't think an 11's going to hit, though.
Nope.
And the next one, since it's right in front of you, does a 17 hit?
Yes.
Okay. Not great damage. 5 piercing damage and a con save, if you would.
That is a... Ew, that's an 11.
Did you add
11.
advantage?
That was with advantage.
Damn it.
Okay.
Rangers don't get proficiency with con.
Let's see what happens to you. Ooh, that one's going to happen to you. You're going to take 16 poison damage as you feel its fangs begin to pump a searing hot liquid into your veins.
Okay.
Number 3 of that group.
And on that one, I'll impose the disadvantage for protection.
Well, it is going to move forward and attack you, Isa.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Does a 13 hit you? Remember, you were asleep, so you don't have your armor on.
So without armor, it's 10 plus dex, right?
Yes.
10 plus dex. 10 plus dex plus your shield.
Yeah.
Oh,
because you do
then
have your
no.
shield.
No.
Okay. So that is a bust for that snake. And Isa, it is your turn.
Oh, this guy moved closer, so obviously he wants to get hit. And did I notice that the daggers did no damage? Since this is the guy I was trying to hit?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. How did I position myself to make this work? That doesn't really do much good to me. We're gonna start with my bonus action, and I'm going to use my Shield Master Shove. So I need to make a shove attack, see if I can push him back 5 feet.
Okay.
That is a 15.
A 15 matches. Yes.
Okay. So I'll shove him back 5 feet
Okay.
from me, which will give me maneuverability to... get to where I want to be. Fine. So I will move here, but I'm more go kind of... Oh, I guess I go through that guy's. That's fine. I was going through this square right here, so I think this guy gets an attack opportunity.
And he will take it. Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
Okay. That would be 6 piercing damage, and I need a con save from you.
I'll roll the same thing twice. That's a 16.
16, you're fine.
6 points of damage. Alright, and then I'm going to pull out the javelin, and I'm going to aim it for this guy
Okay.
as I speak that command word.
That, I believe, is a dexterity save from all
Yes.
of the ones in that line.
Yes.
So, starting with the guy closest to you. That is going to be a 19 from him.
He saves.
Second one is going to be a dirty 20. And the
Saves.
third one is going to be a 17.
Okay. So they all save, but they still take half damage.
Yep.
That's decent. 9, 10, 11, 12 lightning damage.
Pretty good. Okay, that first one, as soon as it takes the damage, you see smoke begin to billow out from between its plates as it collapses to the ground motionless.
And
Take some damage, and that one's going to take some damage. Alright,
then the ranged weapon attack on this one is a 25.
that will hit.
Hit. Alright. On a hit, so it takes 1d6 from the javelin itself, the additional 4d6 of lightning.
Yep.
So the javelin is piercing for a total of 10.
Okay.
And then the lightning.
You see that piercing actually does do damage to this thing.
Okay.
Because that is a magical weapon.
And then the lightning's going to do 13 additional points.
13? Okay. That javelin manages to find just the smallest gap in the plates of this creature and pierces through it and out the other side, pinning it to the sand
Alright.
as it falls lifeless.
And that would be my turn.
All right, good turn. Zara, that brings us around to you.
Hmm. Oh, this is all right. Cast Call Lightning here. Just
Okay.
so that the one in front of me is gonna have to make a save.
18.
All right, it's only gonna take half. So it's 13, so it's gonna take 6 damage.
Okay.
And that's about all I can do unless, oh, actually no. I can do a bonus action because that's technically not casting a spell because it's already been cast.
Yep.
I'm gonna cast second level healing word on Xerix since he has been getting bit a couple times.
Probably not a bad idea.
You are going to regain 12 HP.
That is.
No, I'm sorry, 11. 11 HP.
Why my brain broke, I have no idea.
All right, anything else from you?
Nope. That is it.
All right, group 2. Well, the one right in front of you, Zara, is going to go ahead and try. Oh, that dice is gone forever. Take a bite out of you with a nat 20.
That's fine. She only has to hit a 12 right now, so. You can't sleep in hide armor, can you?
Nope.
Yep. So
The
all you gotta
only
hit is
thing
a
you can
12.
sleep in is clothing. So, like a wizard that doesn't wear armor, it's just fine to sleep in what they normally wear.
Or a monk.
But that is, or a monk, yes, or a barbarian. That will be 12 piercing damage. I need a con save from you.
Con save, you say?
I do say.
Of course. Okay, so that's 12. No, I'm sorry, because I have the -2. So it's 10, 13, 11.
11. Okay. Let's see which one of these fun effects you get. Okay. You feel a searing heat where this mechanical snake has bitten into your leg. And at first you just kind of shake it off as it's trying to poison me or something. But then you start to feel a little woozy, a little disoriented. And on your next turn, you are inflicted with confusion, and you must use your action to make one weapon attack against a random creature. And
All
you
right.
will roll a die for that when the time comes.
Yep, and I lost concentration on Call Lightning.
All right.
Because I had disadvantage in -2 on the
Yeah.
concentration checks for that, right?
Yes.
All right.
Those debuffs, they stack and they hurt. We have 2 more snakes in this group. This guy just watched his mechanical friends die, so he's going to come over here and start biting at their target. Xerax, does a 16 hit you?
16 matches.
Okay. You are going to take 5 piercing damage and a con save if you would.
I don't want to make a con save. They hurt. 16.
You're fine. And snack number 3. It spotted a scared little gnoll crawl out of a den and then quickly dip back in there. So it is going to go looking and find that scared little gnoll. Try and bite him. Does a 15 hit you?
Yes.
Minimum damage. You're only going to take 4 piercing. But I do need a con save.
Of course you do. Let's see here. Roll a 19 on the die, so 23.
You're fine. And that brings us around to you, Ixis.
Let's see here. Do I have any reactions? I don't think I have any reactionary stuff for that. I am going to scurry away to there.
Okay.
And I'm sure that's going to incur something.
One away from a nat 20 on that. But that is a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
And that is going to be 7 piercing damage and a con save, if you would.
Okay, that one's going to be a 19 total.
19, you're fine.
Okay. Let's see here. You said 7 damage?
Yes.
Ouch, 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 ouch. I'm gonna do a thing. It's a thing called Shatter.
Shatter is a fun thing to do.
And it's going to be centered, I believe. There should be somewhere where I can get these two guys in a 10-foot radius without getting my buddy there, I think.
There is indeed a spot that will allow you to do that. I believe it is right here. It gets them. But no. Yeah, no, it won't get him because it's a radius. So
Yeah.
2 snakes will be half in, and Xerax will only be like a quarter in, which means he's not affected by it.
So I need a con saving throw from them at disadvantage, please, of DC 16.
Okay. They will make that con save as a regular roll instead of disadvantage, because normally they have advantage.
Oh, really?
Yep. So one of them is going to only get a 7. And the other one is going to get a 17.
Okay, so the one that saves takes half. Yes, half. Okay. 17 thunder damage.
Okay. And the injured one right in front of you, Xerax, the plates across its body are torn off by the force of this shatter, and it falls lifeless. The other one is going to take that damage.
So you're telling me that one's still alive?
Yes.
Convenient. Okay.
Anything else on your turn, Euxis?
I'm pretty sure that's all I can do.
Okay. Xerax.
I am going to bonus action move my hunter's mark onto the last one in range.
Okay.
And it's injured.
It is injured, yes.
Glorious. Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit.
It's a pity. That is max damage on the axe for 17.
Ooh, that would be nice.
4 from the Colossus and 1 from the Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And
A little bit of damage is better than no damage.
I don't get Colossus on the second one, but I do get the Hunter's. That is a 19 to hit.
That will hit.
We'll just ignore the axe damage and 4 from the Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
That is sadly all I get to do to it.
And speaking of things being sad, all of Group 1 is dead. So, Isa.
All right. I'm not muted. Okay. I am going to move here.
You can move over their bodies if you want to. They're
Well,
not huge.
okay. In that case, I think it was right here I was going to. No, it was right here. Yep. I'm moving here. I'm going to retrieve. Is it an action to retrieve my javelin out of this guy up here at the top?
No, it would be the same as picking a weapon up off the ground. It's a
Okay.
free action that you can do once per turn.
So I will pick up that javelin, and then if I throw it at this gentleman over here in this trajectory, would I hit Xerix with the lightning?
I'd say no, but you can only do the lightning thing once per day.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah.
I did not read that all the way then. I'm still gonna hurl that javelin at this guy over here.
Just double check here. Yeah, the javelin's property can't be used again until the next dawn. In the meantime, the javelin can still be used as a magic weapon, so that's good at least. So which one are you throwing it at?
The one by Zara.
Okay.
For a natural 20,
Very
total
nice.
26. Did we decide to do bro acrylicals in this campaign? I can't recall.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yup.
So that's 6 plus.
I think that's an option that's on by default for us.
And so total of 14
It's just so
14.
much fun.
piercing damage. It is a lot of fun.
Good damage.
I don't think any of my other. I am then going to take my shield and do another shield shove against the guy in front of me for my bonus action.
Okay.
So that attack is a 16, 17, 16.
Both numbers will hit.
So I'll shove him 5 feet away from me. I still have movement left, I think. Yes, I do. So I want to step forward to occupy that space.
Okay.
Bully this guy.
Always bullying my poor monsters.
I can't really do. Just for the fun of it, I'm going to make a claw attack for my second attack against the one in front of me.
Okay.
Let's see what they do. That's gonna help. So that's a 17.
17 will hit.
That's it. Total of 10 poison, non-magical though. So.
And probably as expected, your claws fail to even mar the shiny surface of the metallic plates that cover these creatures.
All right, that's fine.
Zara, you get to, let's see, how many creatures are within 30 feet of you? I think all of them, all of the living ones. So roll a d6 for me, and I will tell you who you get to go attack.
All right, let's see who the Baba Yaga dice screws over here. I rolled a 2.
Oh, okay. So you get to make your way over to Isa and attack her.
All right, could have been worse.
Well,
Now,
on the bright
because this
side,
is technically forced movement, the creature cannot get an opportunity attack on you.
on the bright side, Isa, I've got disadvantage and -2 on this, so. So that is going to be a total of 6.
Nope.
Okay.
So
Isa,
my quarterstaff just whiffs you.
Yeah, you see this coming, and something about Zara doesn't look quite right, so you're expecting some trouble and easily dodge out of the way. So that does use your action, Zara. You do have a bonus action and the remainder of your movement to do whatever you please with.
And bonus action allows me to do whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like this is my action to do something.
Yes, yeah. The confusion only used your action on this turn.
All right. Do I have any cool bonus action spells I can do here? How's Zarek's looking right now? Still looking like he's hurting?
I mean, I've definitely seen better days. I'm under 50%.
All right. Gonna do another second level healing word on him.
Not a bad idea.
Not as good as the last one. You're only gonna get 7 HP this time.
I mean, it's still a damn sight better than bleeding to death.
I mean, yeah. Oh wait, can I cast? Oh no, I can't because it's not a touch spell.
Yeah.
And it's only verbal. Yeah. And that will do it for me.
That will bring us to group 2 of snacks, and I think the hunters marked. That's weird to say. Is going to go ahead and try and bite the one that marked them.
I'll impose disadvantage.
Rolled a 2 and a 4, so I'm pretty sure both of those are going to miss.
Yeah, unless he's got like plus dumb to his attack. No.
I wanted to be doubly sure he'd miss.
I appreciate it. That poison sucks.
Yeah, it sure does.
As with most poisons.
You've seen 2 of the 3 possible effects so far. I'm really hoping for that third one.
No.
Second snake is going to go after its prey. Try and bite you, Zara. Does a 13 hit?
Yep, because I don't have armor. Or a shield because I burned it.
That will be 5 piercing damage and a con save, please.
Sure. How about 9?
9, I'm afraid, is not gonna do it. And the same one as last time for you. This snake and you have really got something going on. You are confused and will act accordingly on your next turn. Snake in the den is going to chase after its prey. Go up here to you, Yixis, and that's more like it. Does a dirty 20 hit? That will be 8 piercing and a con save, please.
I think you muted Shadow Fox.
I was. I said, yeah, that hits. AC's 12 constantly. Just so you know. And that is unfortunately going to be an 8.
An 8, okay. See, here I was afraid I wouldn't be able to use any of these poison effects because the DC is so low, but things are just working out in my favor today. So that is going to be the painful one.
Oh, yay.
You are going to take 16 poison damage. As much like what Zarex experienced, a hot liquid is pumped through your veins, the searing pain of it as it climbs your leg where the snake bit you, and very slowly inches its way to your heart. But it is your turn.
That hurt. You hear a very loud, like, yelp from Yixis. And he's gonna do shatter again. This time right there.
Yep, that'll get both of them. That was, what save was that?
One save.
So the one closest to you. Ooh,
It's at
rolls.
disadvantage, but you said they have advantage, so
Yep.
normal roll.
That will be a 21 from the first guy and a 7 from the second guy.
Please let the second guy be the one in front of me.
I'm afraid not.
Of course. Okay, that's 13. That is, well, near max damage. 21 points of force damage. Oh wait, no. This is thunder. Yeah, thunder.
Decent damage to that first guy and significant damage to that second guy. The one that failed
I
the save.
really have no bonus action.
Wizards do get shafted a little bit on the bonus actions. But they're also capable of some pretty scary actions, so it's a balance. Yeah, the one next to Zara now is fallen to bits and somehow barely managing to keep itself together long enough to maybe get another bite in. And if there's no further actions or movement from you,
I think Yixis has curled up into a ball.
that's fair. I feel a little bad picking on him with that snake, but monsters do what monsters do, man. Xerax, you're
This
up.
is true.
He's either thinking really hard or he's muted.
Pondering.
Oh, okay. he's thinking.
Pondering. Couldn't you
So
tell
the
by
one-
the smoke?
Yeah, the one with your mark on it is a little bit wobbly, and
Well-
you can see smoke billowing out from the one on the opposite side of Zara.
You know what? We're gonna start with the one. Ooh, I get to do the thing.
Which of the many the things do you get to do?
The one I never get to do because it involves me not having to move my hunter's mark. So that's going to be
Oh, the
Planar
thing.
Warrior.
Oh yeah, the thing.
As I said, it's the thing I don't normally get to do because I have
Yeah.
to get hunter's mark going. Okay. 17 to hit.
17 will hit.
All right. Wow, D8s. Can you please not? Do you want just all the magic together?
Yeah, because this is all of this
Okay.
damage because
6
it's...
damage from the magic side of things.
Okay. And the weapon damage, because it's force now.
That was... I didn't even roll it.
I mean, you don't have to roll it if you don't want
Nope.
to.
That's good. 9 damage from that.
9 damage from that. Okay. This one's starting to look rough.
Okay. And second attack. Now, is that force on...
I think it's just the attack.
It's just that
follows
first
the bonus
one.
action. Yeah.
Okay. I still get a lot of dice to play with, so I'm okay with this. Oh, that's not as great. 13 to hit?
13 does not hit, I'm afraid.
Pity.
This thing wasn't really expecting any of your attacks to do anything, and then when your weapon suddenly started doing damage to it, it paid a little more attention to you and moved out of the way on that second one.
That's fair. That is all I'm gonna get to do, sadly.
All right, group 1 is dead. Iza.
I'm trying to recall. Does this stake? It was originally over here, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it is the one that you threw your javelin at.
Yep. So I'm assuming my javelin's still over here.
Yep.
Yeah. So I am going to start with a bully move, and I'm going to shove the snake in front of me back 5 feet if I can.
Okay.
See if I can.
Bullying my monsters again.
That would be an 18.
That'll hit.
Alright, so shove him back 5 feet. And then, because it takes a lot of effort to get out of his range, I'm just going to step using this path. I'll mark it here so I can pick up that weapon.
Yep, easy enough to do.
And this one's the one that's smoking?
Yes.
We'll start with that one, and we're just... Is it possible just to jab him with the javelin? I don't have to throw it necessarily?
Yeah,
or...
you don't have to throw it.
Javelins are strength D6, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
So... That's going to be... Probably doesn't hit a 10.
And will not hit, I'm afraid.
We're just going to poke him again. Oh, that was a little better. That's like a 12. Does that hit?
A 12 also does not hit, I'm afraid.
We will action surge then. we're going to poke this one.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad time to use it because you're about to finish your rest out of this and get all that stuff back. So
21.
a 21 will hit.
Okay, so that's a D6. Ooh, that's a total of 10 piercing.
10 will be enough. It only had 2 HP left as you pierce right through this thing with that javelin.
Right. And then we're going to focus on the one in front of me and we're going to poke at him.
Poke away.
That's an 18 on the die.
That will hit.
7, so. This one's a little less. It's going to be 9 piercing.
9
Can't max
piercings.
damage all of them.
Still a significant amount of damage. This thing is now looking about as rough as the one that you just killed.
Right. And that's my turn.
Alright. Zara, you are confused.
Yep, Pokemon's confused.
So that is going to be roll a d6. There are only 5 options, so if you roll a 6, just re-roll it.
1.
1, okay. Well, your target just happens to be right beside you, and he looks an awful lot like Xerax.
You just healed me.
That's all right. I don't think I'm gonna hit you with the 5.
Zara, give
No.
it. Zara, take it away.
Yep. Zara's just making sure you're paying attention, Xerax.
Yep.
So that was your action, but now you are free to do your bonus action and movement if you want.
You know what? Let's give since I took a swing at him, going to give him another level 2 healing word. There we go. Let's heal him for max this time.
Nice.
You're gonna heal for 12 HP.
Accept this.
It's worth getting bopped on the nose if you get 12 HP out of it. Alright, any movement from you, Zara?
Nope, not gonna move.
Alright. Let's see. The marked one. Is it gonna go after Iza or is it gonna go after Zara? Let's find out. Evens and odds. Okay, it's going after Iza. Does a 16 hit you, Iza?
Yes, it does.
That is going to be 8 piercing damage and a con save, please.
That is a dirty 20.
You are fine.
It wasn't even with advantage, so yeah.
And who's my last snake?
Oh, I forgot my 10
that
HP.
guy's my last. I'm going to try and finish off his prey. Does a 14 hit you?
Yes.
It's a little terrifying when I can see your HP and know just the kind of situation that you're in. What is the plus there? Does exactly 6 piercing damage. You do still get to make that con save though.
Is it at advantage or disadvantage?
You'll be at advantage still, because the racial trait is not something.
Oh, I've
that
been
takes
rolling
effect.
them norm. I've been just doing a straight roll on them.
Oh,
Nope. You get advantage.
Okay, well, in that case, natural 20. If I was
Okay.
going to have a nat 20, this was the time to do it.
Yes, it was. You resist the effects of that poison. However, your situation is a little bit of a dire one. And it is your turn. I think you know what to do. Okay. So, now, was that a 2 on the die, or was that
On the die.
okay. 'Cause
There's
that
no
could have been-
modifier for that.
No, there isn't, but that could have been a 2 or a nat 1 for 2 failed death saves.
No. Oh, I see what you mean.
Ixis is unconscious at this point and just failed a death save.
Don't do that. It's bad for your health.
Xerax.
Do I notice he is down?
Yes, because of his yelp the round before, your attention was kind of half over in that direction, and you saw him go down after that last bite that the snake did.
You know what? Snake can have his attack of opportunity. I've got more important things to deal with.
Okay, snake will take his attack of opportunity, and that is a 17 to hit.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
And that will be 8 piercing damage and a con save, please.
Not great on the con save. 8.
Okay. Finally, I get that third effect. Okay.
I don't like it.
So you would have gotten to about here when that snake bites into your leg. And you try to keep running, but suddenly you seize up as the poison pumps into your veins, and you, sir, are paralyzed until the end of your next turn.
Well, that's inconvenient.
And that brings us over to Iza.
I'm sorry, how much damage was that?
That was, I don't remember. 6? I think it was 6.
That'll work.
all right. Well, we'll start with the one in front of me. We're gonna poke at it and attempt to do a trip attack at the same time.
Okay.
Not sure how you trip a snake. We're gonna attempt to trip a snake. 15?
15 will match, so that will
Oh.
hit.
Awesome. And that's going to be not great on damage. That's only 5 piercing damage.
5 piercing damage. You're using the javelin, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're adding your strength modifier.
Yes.
Okay.
I just rolled a 1 on the die.
Oh, you
That
did the thing.
Yeah.
as you go to use the javelin to trip a snake, which is somehow not immune to being prone.
I'm supposed to have rolled D8 and add some damage. So that's another 5 points of damage.
You
On that.
use a little bit more force than perhaps you meant to, and you strike it right where it was falling apart, and it just breaks it right in half.
That's fine. We're going to turn around and we're going to throw the javelin. Actually, no, because I can move now. We're going to walk up to this one and we're going to poke it with the stick and also attempt to trip it. That's a 14. I don't think that hits.
14 does not, I'm afraid.
All right, and then we're going to shove it with the shield.
Okay.
And that one's a natural 20.
That will hit.
Yeah, so he gets shoved back. Doesn't do any damage.
It was
That's
just
actually-
getting ready to coil around its fallen prey when you walk up and start bullying it.
And we're moved back up into its space and get back in its space.
Now you're really bullying it.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
And that brings us over to Zara.
I'm not confused this time, am I?
You are not.
doesn't really matter because I could only move half speed right now.
Yeah.
But I still have all of my level 1 spells, so I'm going to drop a level 1 healing word on the unconscious Gnoll. For
You're doing what I was going to try
Yep.
to do.
for a total of 8 HP.
Okay, Yixis, you recover 8 HP as life once again fills your lungs. You open your eyes and you see Iza standing over top of you, bullying the snake that bit you.
And since healing word is a bonus action,
Another yelp.
I'm gonna throw produce flame, since it's a cantrip,
Yeah,
at the metal snake.
you can absolutely do that.
Only downside is since this is a ranged spell attack, I have disadvantage, correct?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Is it's still an attack, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's gonna miss. Even with a 10, so 8.
Ooh, yeah, that'll miss, I'm afraid. But at the very least, perhaps it got its attention off of Yixis between Iza bullying it and you throwing fire at it. Snake has bigger things to worry about than the little Gnoll. And that brings us to the snake, the last one left. That is going to go after it. It's going to move. Yixis, if you want, you can get an opportunity attack on it as it leaves your threat range and moves down. I don't know if you can have it, if you have anything that can actually do damage on it though.
No, Yixis wouldn't be of that mindset anyway. He'd welcome it moving away and try to move away himself, but it's not his turn, so he cannot.
And then it re-enters everyone's threat range as it goes to bite at Zara.
Disadvantage for the protection.
Does Zara have to be right beside you?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot it wasn't the enemy within 5 feet, it's the ally.
Sorry, Zara. Everything's just hating on you right now. I'm
I mean,
rolling dice for this.
They
It's
probably
just-
see the bleeding stump and just say, "Oh, there's
Probably.
easy prey." I mean,
Quick, get the wounded one.
and that is a 14 to hit.
that'll hit.
Minimum damage, though. That's only 4 piercing and a con save, if you would.
On saves. Okay, so one of them was a natural 20, but I have disadvantage. So that is going to be a 12.
No,
It would
You have advantage.
disadvantage, but you have advantage
Yeah, so it would be a straight roll.
Wait, why do I have advantage?
because you're an old.
Racial trait. Gnolls have advantage versus poison effects.
Well, I wish I wish I would have remembered that because every one of those saves like previously would have been better. Okay, so that will be a 20. That will be a 21. Then, the natural 20.
You are fine.
Wish we realized that you were doing that earlier.
Don't feel bad. I had the same reaction. I'm like, what now?
And that brings us over to you, Yixis.
Oh boy. Let's see here. It's right there.
It sure is. And you are, I didn't mark it on you, but because you went down, you are currently prone.
Yes. Let's see here. Let's just do a good old-fashioned Toll the Dead.
Bong.
Okay. Good spell to use. And
The
that
bell on
is kind of save on that. I think it's a con save.
One
Wisdom
second,
save?
I will let you know.
Either con or wisdom.
One of the two.
Wisdom saving
Wisdom.
throw of 16.
It's a spell though, so it's going to. Oh, it was so close to that 20. 13. So it fails the save.
We are 5th level, so it's 2d12.
Yep.
13 damage. Not great.
13, okay.
Necrotic.
Pretty decent, though, considering these things and their HP.
And wizards in there. Oh, it's a cantrip 2d12.
All right, anything else from you?
He'd be too scared to move.
That's fair. Okay, Xerax, you are paralyzed. Xerax, you are no longer paralyzed. Isa.
So Isa's going to shift around to here. She is going to bully it again and shove it back, try and shove it back 5 feet.
Okay.
For 15.
15 will match, so that will hit.
She'll again step up in its face and try to poke it with the javelin.
You gnolls are all bullies.
I mean,
22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, and that'll be 9 points of piercing.
9 points of damage, okay.
And then we'll do it again, and again we'll attempt to trip it.
Okay.
So, that is a 16 to hit,
16 will hit.
and then it just needs a strength saving throw of DC 15.
Strength save. Okay. Well, it rolled a 3.
And that's going to be 12 points of piercing, that hit.
12 points of
And
piercing,
it's knocked
okay.
prone.
So you bully the heck out of this thing, and by the time you knock it prone, it is like twitching and sparking on the ground. Sneeze on it and it'll probably die.
Well, I'm out of attacks, so someone else will have to sneeze on it.
Zara, sneeze on it.
Zara will probably sneeze on it and like collapse a lung at the moment. So
Probably, yeah.
You're not wrong.
instead, she's gonna walk over and she's gonna pat the kid on the shoulder, cast Cure Wounds for another 8 HP to him.
Very nice.
Thank you.
And then she's gonna step back here just in case the snake tries to get smart.
Okay.
Good luck, Mr. Snake.
Well, Mr. Snake stands up and is no longer prone, but that did use half of its movement. And
Flips from its back to its belly. How about that? Makes at least more
yeah,
sense.
there you go. The snake rolls over. Let's see which one of you is going to go. Finally, it decides to go after the bully. And So the snake, it is tired of your crap. It's just tired of it. It's done. It's had a rough day too. You don't even know the crap that it encountered the previous night. There was a big dragon. It was this whole thing,
It bit off one of its arms.
right? So this
It used to
snake
have an arm.
just like rears its head up and lunges at you, and you bring your shield up just in time for its fangs to sink down onto the metal binding around the edge of the shield. And the fangs, both of them, just snap right off as this thing damages itself. And then the poison that would normally be pumped through the fangs is pumped directly down its throat. And it dies. It had 1 HP left. It rolled a nat 1.
It committed suicide.
Yeah.
That's awful.
You know, that's not how the cyanide tooth works.
Well,
Says you.
that's what happens when you give a cyanide tooth to something with 3 intelligence.
Yeah.
And that is actually going to do it for this fight. And I think that's also going to do it for this particular session. We went a little bit over time, but that's just how the dice roll sometimes.
I know nothing.
What I was going to continue on with after this, if we weren't so late, was that By the time this fight is over, the sun is starting to rise on the horizon. And part of the effects of that oasis was that time passed a lot quicker than you feel like it did. So you only had 2 watches during the night instead of the normal 4, which marks the end of your long rest. All of you get the effects of the long rest, and you are all also now level 6.
And we lose a level
Woohoo.
of exhaustion.
Yes.
And I'm down to only a -1
So
on my attacks and saves.
before
and
we
ability
do any
checks.
sort of sign-off stuff, we do have a giveaway open right now for a gorgeous set of dice, which I just posted a link to in the chat there. All you have to do to enter the giveaway is type !Dicember in chat, and then tell us what you won. If your name is drawn, I will leave it open for 30 more seconds for anyone else that may want to hop in. If your name is drawn and you win, all we need from you is your Discord username, which I will then pass along to Zorro, who will get in contact with you when it is time to send those dice out, which I believe will be happening at the end of our Dicember giveaways. So she just has to make 1 trip to the post office instead of 1 for every set of dice. So let's see. Okay, closing that raffle. 30 seconds has elapsed. So, Weirds, if you're still here, Weirds, do tell us what you won. Hey, you were quick on that. All right. Weirds, I know what your Discord username is, so I will grab that myself. Congratulations, sir. If you entered this giveaway and are sad that you missed out, don't worry. December's not over. We will be doing 2 giveaways per stream up until the final one, which I believe happens on the 2nd. Right?
If all goes according to plan and you guys can get through the final boss fights in the holiday special, yeah.
All right. So tune in tomorrow. We have another stream happening at 7:30 p.m. Pacific tomorrow, where we will see what the folks in the Wildlands are up to and have 2 more giveaways. Then on Saturday, we have, I believe, our Pathfinder 2 game is back on Saturday.
No, it's Withered Wastes.
Oh, right, because it would have been last week.
Yep.
We skipped that because okay.
Untimes and memory loss.
Yeah. See what that crew is up to. And as mentioned, 2 more giveaways on that day, and then we have later that same day our potentially final episode of our Christmas mini adventure, Mr. Raccoon Comes to Town. And during that, we will be giving away the final set of dice and also a raccoon dice bag. So tune in for those.
That dice bag.
That dice bag right there. Made custom by members of this community for members of this community. Thank you all for tuning in to our first show back after the Christmas break, and we will hopefully see you all tomorrow.